WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City, a town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
A Hump Day Wednesday also is simultaneously the final countdown toward the official start of NFL's free agency. At 4 o'clock today, everything can become official. I will also not bore you with Aaron Rodgers talk for the next 4 hours. Josh Hennig hanging out with you, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. We have a jam-packed show today. Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City will join us coming up in about 25 minutes from now. JAKIB Media, NFL and Eagles insider John McMullen at 3 p.m. Cash considerations co-host Dan Alexander will get deep into March Madness with him at 3:25. Football at 4, Andrew DiCecco. Of course, he writes for InsideTheBirds.com, covers the Eagles and the NFL draft. We'll get DiCecco's thoughts on the draft on the day of the start of the NFL offseason. Keith Smith, NBA insider for Spotrac. He will join us coming up at 5 as the Sixers are back in action tonight. You hear the Sixers versus Cavs right here on your home for the Eagles, Sixers and Flyers, 97.3 ESPN, 7:30 p.m. It's the Sixers-Cavs game tonight. And as you know, when I'm hosting game night here on 97.3 ESPN, after Mike Gill in the Sports Bash, Wednesdays means it's a Weinberg Wednesday. Dave Weinberg will join us at 5:30 tonight. We'll get his thoughts on all things Eagles. And I want to hear from you guys throughout the show. Of course, you could DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, thanks to First Bank of Seattle. And the text board is open at 609-403-0973. That's the text board. So now that we got all of the business out of the way, let's get to the news. And the big news of the day, if you are a Philadelphia sports fan or if you are an NFC East fan, the big news of the day has to do with Darius Big Play Slay. And I got to tell you guys, the way this story has played out fascinates me because it actually started with last night. Last night, after the news came out that the Dallas Cowboys went and acquired Stephon Gilmore, there started to be a story that circulated around that apparently, and again, I don't know where this started from. I tried to figure out, who was the first person to talk about this. I really had trouble finding that. So just being perfectly transparent with you guys. It started last night. Apparently there was speculation that the Cowboys got Gilmore because they didn't want to deal with Slay's contract and any financial benefit that might be for the Eagles. So they went out and got Gilmore, and frankly, Gilmore's contract is a lot more friendly at this point. A base salary of just under $8 million, a roster bonus of $1 million, a cap hit of $9.9 million. So for the Cowboys, acquiring Gilmore was always going to be a more appealing option than Darius Slay for a multitude of reasons. This morning, though, the story came out that basically, and here's what happened. The Eagles and Slay couldn't agree to restructure a contract. Now, as I was talking about yesterday on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN, I was telling you guys that I wish I had more information about the why. Because we're seeing players left and right all over the league restructure their deals. Cam Jordan, Josh Allen. Tons of players are out there restructuring their. Dak Prescott restructured his deal for the Cowboys. These are not, whatever people. These are big name players around the league. Almost every team has a dude who went and restructured his contract this offseason. Almost every single team has at least one guy who reworked their deal to help their team. Tyreek Hill did a massive overhaul on his deal so they could acquire Jalen Ramsey. So you're telling me that every player in this league found a way to stay with their team and restructure a deal, but Slay and the Eagles couldn't. Which tells me that there is something else going on here. And we may not know for a while all the details, or until Darius Slay decides to jump on the podcast. But seriously, I genuinely think that Slay and the Eagles completely dropped the ball on this. I blame both sides. The Eagles went and re-signed James Bradbury yesterday. And I talked about the end of the show yesterday that, to me, I felt like the moment that TJ Edwards and Javon Hargrave left, according to reports on Monday, that it was obvious to me the Eagles are saying that Bradbury and CJ Gardner-Johnson are our priorities. And that the Slay deal was more about basically making the numbers work, right? Well, here's the problem. Apparently, Slay and the Eagles can't see eye to eye, and I don't understand why not. I blame both sides. I blame the Eagles for not having the flexibility to give a player who wants to be here the opportunity to stay here. Now, of course, there is a chance that Slay hits free agency, doesn't get picked up by somebody, and the Eagles could bring him back on a one-year deal next year, similar to what they did with Fletcher Cox this past year, where they cut him to dump his contract and brought him back for another number that was lesser than his cap hit would have been. So I'm not going to dismiss that possibility. But I would be a complete hypocrite. I would be complete fraud, and I would be completely dishonest with all of you listening to the sound of my voice on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. I would be a fraud if I didn't criticize the Eagles for the same thing I've been criticizing the Flyers for with Johnny Gaudreau. Because Gaudreau wanted to be a Flyer. Gaudreau wanted to come home. We were all ready to play the I'm Coming Home song when he signed. And instead, then Flyers GM, now fired Flyers GM, Chuck Fletcher, waved the white flag on day one, literally, got in a press conference and declared that we're not in the Johnny Gaudreau sweepstakes, basically. And then Gaudreau went to Columbus, where Columbus is having one of their worst seasons ever. Same thing with Slay. Slay said on Twitter and on a podcast that he wanted to be in Philadelphia. So I am definitely going to blame the Eagles in part for this. Because whoever it is in the Eagles organization that said, we got to draw the line, we got to put our foot down on this, to me, it's pathetic. I understand you didn't want to give Slay all that money. I understand you wanted to bring down the cap number. But if Dak Prescott and Josh Allen, and quarterback's supposed to be the highest paid position in football, if Tyreek Hill, if these other big name players could find a way, Kirk Cousins restructured his deal. Mr. Guaranteed Money, Kirk Cousins. I do blame the Eagles in part for this situation they're in, but I also have to blame Slay. I don't know what was said in those meetings. I don't know who said what. I can't speak to that. I wasn't there. I wish I was. To me, this whole situation feels like it needed an independent arbitrator or something, because if both sides wanted him to be in Philadelphia, but they couldn't figure out what is going on, very frustrating. Slay puts out on Twitter, says nothing but love, Philly. Let's see where we heading next. And I got to tell you, folks, I'm looking at Slay as a guy who he was a player that people loved in that locker room. They loved this organization. The fans embraced this guy and his wife. They've done so much good in the community. This feels like a huge L for the Eagles right now. Now, of course, at this time next year, we may not be having the same conversation. For all we know, something could change our mind. Maybe there's some other cornerback out there who's an upgrade the Eagles could get that we don't even know about who's available right now. We didn't think A.J. Brown was available at this time last year. People were bemoaning the fact they couldn't get Calvin Ridley because he was suspended before they acquired A.J. Brown. And you look how that turned out. We didn't see the Eagles trading up for Jordan Davis at this time last year. Back in 2017, at this time, we didn't see them signing Chris Long and LeGarrette Blount and then later trading for Ronald Darby. We didn't see it. So I am not going to sit here and crush the Eagles or Slay in this situation. And for all I know, look, Slay is going to be fine. He's going to go somewhere else. Maybe he just wants that one more big contract and he'll be good to go. Don't be fooled by some of the online people who hide behind keyboards and Twitter handles. Darius Slay is not in decline, in my opinion. And I think that's what's frustrating the most. Whenever a team like the Eagles has a player leave who they could have kept, who still got gas in the tank, it definitely is frustrating. Text board is open. 609-403-0973 is the text board. You also get DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. Now, aside from the Slay news, there was another news item that happened about 2 hours ago that also impacts the Eagles indirectly. And that's the news that Jordan Poyer is returning to the Buffalo Bills. Another safety who finds a home who's not C.J. Garner-Johnson. And I go back to what Adam Kaplan said yesterday's Football at 4. NFL insider Adam Kaplan told us that Marcus Epps was asking for a number and teams refused to give him that number. And that's in part why he signed for the deal he did with the Las Vegas Raiders. Because the Las Vegas Raiders basically gave him the best offer he could find. There are a lot of people who cover the NFL who have said right here on this show, the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, who have said on other broadcast platforms as well, ESPN television, NFL Network. I've heard it multiple times now. They're surprised that TJ Edwards didn't get more money. Is there a possibility that CJ Garner-Johnson hit the market and is just asking for more than anyone is willing to pay for him? And that's the reason why all these safeties are getting deals and he is not. Just putting it out there. It's something to think about. I'm not confirming or denying anything, but it's starting to look more and more like CJ Gardner-Johnson is probably going to return to the Eagles, barring any quick turn of events, because the safety market is drying up, similar to the quarterback market. See, CJ Gardner-Johnson and Lamar Jackson are in a similar boat right now. And here's what that boat is. On the side of that boat, it says, I'm asking for a lot of money because I believe I'm worth that money. And teams are saying, I'll pass on that boat. Look, Jordan Poyer going back to Buffalo, Jeremy Bates going to Atlanta. We know that the Cincinnati Bengals were not going to give Bates the money he wanted. Marcus Epps going to the Raiders. Epps was asking for more money than teams willing to give him. You look around the league. Von Bell going to the Panthers. Chuck Clark was just traded from Baltimore to the Jets just a few days ago. I believe that CJ Gardner-Johnson is going to be an Eagle with James Bradbury next year, because I believe that's the priority list. I believe the priority list for the Eagles all along has been Bradbury and CJ. And after that, I think they just said, we'll figure it out from there. I think in many ways, Brandon Graham was both sides just coming to an agreement on whatchamacallit, on basically saying he wants to be back here. It's a shame the Slay situation couldn't be rectified. And I think that for the Eagles, they're going to have to figure out what they're going to do, because, you know, this market has really played out in a very strange way. And the reason I compared CJ to Lamar is because Lamar Jackson is losing landing spots. Baker Mayfield is going to Tampa Bay. The 49ers have about 20 quarterbacks, healthy or unhealthy, on the roster at this point. Outside of Baltimore, where's Lamar going to go? I mean, maybe the Colts get involved. I don't know for sure. Maybe Washington gets involved. I don't know for sure. But I feel like guys like Lamar Jackson and CJ Gardner-Johnson are so intent, potentially, on getting their value that they can't see the forest for the trees. They can't see the big picture. That you can get guaranteed money. You can get big money, and it not be the literal number that you're looking for. Get some of your thoughts over on the text board, 609-403-0973. Jeff in Ocean City chimes in, says, Josh, I agree. There must be more to this story that we don't know. Let's sign CJ and continue to build a roster and how I still trust. That's from Jeff in Ocean City. Jeff, I think you're right about, getting the I think the CJ deal is the priority right now. And I think that that's in part why the Slay situation probably went the way it did. Cole from LBI says Darius Slay is definitely in decline, but I would agree he saw some gas in the tank. See, here's why I don't think he's in decline as much. See, when you say someone's in decline, you're inferring that a player's talent is no longer there. And I think that is incorrect. The games that Slay didn't play well in, it's very convenient that both CJ Gardner-Johnson and Avonte Maddox weren't there. So yes, Darius Slay is not a top 3, top 5 shutdown corner anymore. Okay. He's not an elite top 3 corner in this league anymore. But most players are dependent on the environment around them. And I think it's very convenient that Slay played well when he had CJ and Avonte on the field and didn't play well when Josiah Scott couldn't figure out where he's supposed to go in coverage against Dallas on Christmas Eve. One more text before we get to the break. Texter says, what's the difference between the dead cap and the cap hit of Darius Slay? Does that free up enough space to bring back CJ Gardner-Johnson, take a rookie quarterback? So really quick, here's the explanation on the cap before we hit the break and we get to Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City on the other side. So the Eagles, according to Mike Garafolo, are designating, Mike Garafolo of NFL Network, are designating Darius Slay as a post-June 1st release, which means that instead of having a $22 million cap hit coming to them this season, no dead cap money this year of $22 million. Instead, $13 million will go towards next season's salary cap and only $8 million of a dead cap hit this year. So you went from having basically $22 million this year to only having $8 million. So I think that is the significance of that. I do appreciate you texting in, asking for some clarification on that. All right. That was from Max and Ventnor chiming in. We'll get to more of your texts a little bit later this hour. 609-403-0973 here on 973 ESPN FM. And, of course, don't forget the 973 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Seattle, Press of Atlantic City. Mike McGarry joins us next here on a Hump Day Wednesday. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 973 ESPN.
Are you ready for the madness?
1 second. Got it at the buzzer.
March Madness, starting March 17th, only on 97.3 ESPN.
It's fun to dream big with the New Jersey Lottery. Just remember, life is all about balance. Never treat the lottery as an alternative to work. For more tips, visit njlottery.com/responsible play.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Spring is already in the air, and Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning has you covered in every season. Join their family comfort plan today for as little as $14 a month to get priority scheduling, same-day service, and savings on your spring maintenance. Need a high-efficiency HVAC system or water heater? Schedule a free no-obligation estimate and ask us how you can save big on energy-efficient upgrades through South Jersey Gas and Atlantic City Electric 0% financing programs for up to $15,000. Consider upgrading your tanked water heater to a Navian tankless one that provides endless hot water for you and your family. Act now to take advantage of financing offers and utility rebates up to $1,500. Plus, tax credits are available on select equipment, including heat pumps, ductless mini split systems, and air conditioners. Call Broadlee's, your local factory authorized Bryant dealer and your trusted source for generations at 609-390-3907 or visit broadlees.net. Bryant, whatever it takes.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with limited quantity deals on select performance PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Save on select Vostro laptops with built-in security features and select Latitude laptops with enhanced privacy, collaboration, and connectivity. Save on select essential accessories plus free shipping and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Attention car buyers, Matt Blatt Kia has 3 questions. Do you have a current vehicle loan or lease? Do you want a low financing rate? Do you want a new ride? If you've answered yes, then stop what you're doing and get to Matt Blatt Kia today. Because if you're currently stuck in a loan or lease, Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released with 0 down and 2.9% financing for 48 months or no payments for 90 days on every 2023 Kia Forte in stock. Have a job clearing $350 per week? Matt Blatt Kia wants to approve you today. So bring any trade to Matt Blatt Kia and drive home in a brand new Kia with peace of mind with Matt Blatt Kia's exclusive 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, not all will qualify. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Expires 3/31/23. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-434-3366. That's 1-800-434-3366. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-434-3366. That's 1-800-434-3366.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
It's time for March Mania, and not just on the courts, but at Calvi Electric too. Now through April 3rd, mention this ad and receive 10% off a full house generator with installation to get you prepared for the upcoming hurricane season. And receive 10% off car charger installation for your electric vehicle when mentioning this ad. For over 110 years, Calvi Electric has been the South Jersey champion for premier electrical commercial work. And now they're bringing all that experience to your home. Visit calvielectric.com.
This hour brought to you by Xfinity.
Everything is changing so fast. Back in my day, we were lucky if we could get one video to load. But now, with the Xfinity 10G network, you can power a house full of devices at once with ultra-low lag. The future starts now. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN, being brought to you by the Gallery Bar Booking Games in Ocean Casino Resort. Get your game on for the NCAA tournament. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. For more info, visit oceanac.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mike McGarry joining us from the press of Atlantic City as we are counting down to the official start of the NFL offseason when everything becomes officially official after 4 p.m. But of course, Mike, we've had a ton of news before then. How are you doing on this Wednesday, Mike?
Doing well, Josh. How are you?
Doing pretty good. So what is your take so far on this Eagles situation? Because they got Bradbury back, but they let TJ Edwards go. Hargrave got big money for the 49ers. We knew the Eagles would be losing guys, but did you expect it to play out like this?
Yeah, pretty much so. I mean, Howie told us before free agency really began or heated up a couple of weeks ago that they were not going to be able to retain all their free agents and that they were going to lose guys. And, the guys that they have lost are not totally unexpected. The guys that they have retained are not totally unexpected. It's gone pretty much the way I think most reasonable or sensible Eagles fans would have envisioned. I mean, they let go of Darius Slay. He's the older guy in that secondary, 32 years old. They weren't going to pay him. They kept Bradbury. Looks like they're going to keep CJ. It's pretty much played out the way I think it was kind of expected to play out.
We know that the Eagles and Slay both want him to stay in Philadelphia. So considering that pretty much every team in the league had a guy restructure a contract this offseason, are you surprised the Eagles and Slay couldn't figure out a way to make this work?
Yeah, I mean, look, the intricacies of the NFL cap are, complicated, and I don't understand them all the way. So I'm not surprised that perhaps they couldn't figure out a restructure of a contract. Off the top of my head, I would say that Darius Slay probably thinks he can get more money on the open market than he could from the Philadelphia Eagles. And so at the age of 32, when this is probably his last contract, why not go get that money? So I'm not surprised. And look, the Eagles have the 10th pick in the draft right now. I mean, perfect spot to pick up a cornerback right there. You see a lot of good cornerbacks in college football coming in and making impacts these days. So, it's a deal that made sense for the Eagles, and it probably makes sense for Slay to go someplace else and get some more money.
Right now, we know that Bradbury is coming back. We know that Kelsey's coming back. We know that Brandon Graham is coming back. Who else do you expect to come back as of 2:30 on Wednesday, Mike McGarry?
Well, I think CJ is a guy that they're going to look to bring back and bolster that secondary. and then we'll see. We'll see what happens in the future there. I think the important thing for fans to remember is that this is not close to the Eagles' final roster. The Eagles don't play this Sunday. They don't even practice anytime soon. You still have a draft. You still have a lot of time between now and the start of training camp. So people overreacting like, oh my God, we don't have Darius Slay. How are we going to stop the pass this Sunday? I mean, that's not, that's not a worry. Think of all the players they acquired after this date last year and think of their impact on the team. So you have to let this whole situation play out, as tempting as it is to overreact. The Eagles do not have a game on Sunday. They don't have to stop the pass on Sunday. And the last time, by the way, I saw Darius Slay on the field, they weren't stopping the pass anyway. So, let's take a deep breath and relax and see how this unfolds.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City joining us here on the Sports Bash at AC Press McGarry on Twitter. Mike, which move interests you more in the NFC East? Was it the Giants getting Darren Waller or the Cowboys getting Stephon Gilmore?
Well, I think the Giants getting Waller, right? First of all, I think it's no secret. People know I have a soft spot in my heart for the New York Giants, and I think he was exactly what they needed if he can stay healthy. He is a weapon for Daniel Jones to throw the ball to. He instantly becomes maybe the team's best receiver. Again, big caveat if he stays healthy. So I think he bolsters a Giants offense and addresses one of their biggest weaknesses. So that's the move that sort of, of those two moves that would stick out to me.
Do you think there's a chance that Lamar Jackson plays for Washington next season?
I just think Baltimore is going to work it out with them. There's a lot of difference in what I guess the difference centers on the amount of guaranteed money that he gets, but I just can't see them letting Lamar Jackson walk away or trading him. So I see him staying in Baltimore, this season, basically, even though there is the big dispute right now.
Aaron Rodgers is going to be a New York Jet. Does Mike McGarry even care?
I do. I think it's interesting. The Jets have been down this road before with obviously Brett Favre, and that got off to a good start. I think they were 9-3 that season at one point before it headed south in a hurry. To me, the Jets are an interesting team. I think the Jets are a very good team with good players all over the place. They just did not have a quarterback. Now, Aaron Rodgers had a bad year last year. Was it the thumb? Was it a lack of enthusiasm? Was he just kind of coming to the end of the road in Green Bay? Or was he turning the corner at the age of, 37, 38, 39 now? So is he headed downhill? I mean, Tom Brady has us all kind of spoiled thinking that people can play at a high level into their mid-40s. Most people can't. So I just think it makes the Jets one of the most fascinating stories in the NFL to follow next year when that all becomes official. Because one thing the Jets haven't had, who was their last good quarterback? They Richard Todd. Sanchez,
maybe Testaverde. I don't know.
Yeah, Testaverde, Kennel. But even that list, Mark Sanchez. You think of the quarterbacks that have had success there. Sanchez had success, right? Testaverde went to a championship game. Ken O'Brien had some success. Richard Todd had some success. That's not exactly, a murderer's row of all-time greats at quarterback for the Jets. So maybe the football gods owe the Jets a good season with a quarterback, and maybe this is it.
By the way, for those who are wondering, the Jets are, as of right now, currently qualified to be on Hard Knocks next season. So there's a chance that we could see Aaron Rodgers on Hard Knocks this coming August, Mike.
It would certainly be an interesting, they're one of the more interesting teams. Say what you want about Aaron Rodgers. He definitely is different, a different sort of guy off the field. So to get inside that Jets world would be interesting.
All right, let's get to the court as the Sixers are back in action tonight. They're on another one of these ridiculous road trips. They got games tonight, Friday, Saturday, and they come home for one game, and then they're right back on the road next Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Monday. Can the Sixers survive another gauntlet road trip here?
Yeah, I think they can with their way they're playing. And two things strike me now about the 76ers. The first thing is why, and maybe Josh, you could answer me this question. Why do people think that the national media somehow has a bias against Joel Embiid and is going to screw him out of the MVP award this season? I don't get where that comes from. To me, Embiid right now is probably the forerunner for the MVP award, which the way he's playing, or the front runner rather. I don't get where this paranoia comes that, if you say something nice about Jokic, you're insulting Embiid and there's a big conspiracy. I don't get it. The other thing, I think, I'm watching the Sixers the way they're playing now. I'm watching the Boston Celtics the way they're playing now. I still think it's going to be hard for that team in the East that's not the number one seed to beat the other two teams. But boy, the Sixers are kind of changing my mind a little bit. Maybe I'm going to give them a little bit more faith in them going into the playoffs than I currently have right now, due to A, the way they're playing, and B, the way the Boston Celtics are playing.
Well, I'll tell you the reason. I can answer your question. The reason why that people have this idea is because there are people, not on this radio station, but other media platforms, who so intensely propagate these false narratives, Mike, that people just start repeating it because they hear it so often. It's like, for those in here earlier today, I don't know if you heard earlier today, but Mike Greenberg was telling a story, and I thought it was an excellent point of how media works. Green was talking about that for years. Sports talk radio created this narrative about how important rings are. That before, 25, 30 years ago, nobody picked up a newspaper and read, an op-ed column about, how important player rings are. But because sports talk radio created this narrative, now players, they're under this black cloud. They don't have enough championships, right? And I think the problem is that there are people who, Mike, you run into, I run into out and about, and they just repeat what they heard somewhere else without actually maybe processing through if that person is just vomiting at the mouth or not.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's just a little crazy. To me, Philadelphia fans sometimes always see a kind of a conspiracy there. I mean, I think, Embiid, Jokic, and Giannis are all incredible players. If I had to pick one guy right now who's the front runner for the MVP, it would be Embiid with the way he is playing. But to knock the other two guys is just silly. I mean, I saw somebody the other day after the Nuggets lost to the Nets sort of knock Jokic and his performance in the game. And then I went and looked up the box score. The guy had 35 points, 20 rebounds, and 11 assists. Reading the tweet, I would have thought he was a complete bum in the game. So, Embiid, I don't think there's a national conspiracy to keep Embiid out of the MVP award. I think he's the front runner for it right now. And I also think the 76ers, because of the way they're playing and because of the way the Boston Celtics are playing, I think right now I'm starting to believe a little bit more in the Sixers when it comes to the playoffs, although I still think no matter who it is, whoever is that number one seed and just has to beat one of the teams in the East rather than beat two of the top three, I think that's a big advantage. And I don't think the Sixers can get to the number one seed. So it's still going to be a long shot, but I'm starting to like them a little bit more as far as the playoffs go.
Mike, before I let you go, Justin Verlander, 8 Ks in 5 innings. Do you care?
It's better than hearing Justin Verlander left in the second inning with a sore shoulder. So, anytime. I don't put a lot of credence in spring training. We're reading the stories now. Apparently, Scott Kingery is, Joe DiMaggio all of a sudden. Nick Castellanos has a new hitting style. He's going to be Roger Maris. Everybody looks great at this time of year. The big thing right now is just get healthy because, what happens on March 15th in Clearwater is a long way from what will happen the first week in April in Citizens Bank Park.
He's Mike McGarry. Give him a follow on Twitter at AC Press McGarry. And of course, he joins Mike Gill Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays here on the Sports Bench. Although, Mike, we'll talk to you this Friday because we got the tournament all day long. So we'll catch up with you again on Monday after the weekend.
All right. Looking forward to it, Josh. See you down the road. Thanks.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Coming up, we'll get the text coming in. Phil D checks in. Also, Jason and Kate May checks in. And the anonymous texter who called me bro 3 times in the text. I'll read that one for you coming up next.
The excitement of a big play.
Double it and jams it. Joel and B with a right hand jam.
And all the drama.
One timer. Oh, Hart lunges over. Makes a great save.
All in one place. 97.3 ESPN.
Introducing Total by Verizon. For a limited time, get the Samsung Galaxy A13 for $99.88 at Walmart. 5G based on most first place rankings and new metrics, 1H 2022 assessments, and 125 Metros. Experiences vary, not an endorsement.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
It's buyback March at Matt Blatt Nissan. So bring any trade because AJ the trade man wants to buy your vehicle today. AJ pays $500 more than CarMax. So you get more dough for your ride and then drive home in any new Nissan, Altima, Rogue, or Pathfinder with 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 interest. Or take $5,000 off MSRP on every new Nissan Titan. And only Matt Blatt Nissan has a 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Have a job clearing $350 per week? We want to approve you today. And AJ wants your trade, but only at MattBlattNissan.com. Rate qualifications exist with approved credit. $27.78 per thousand financed on in-stock 2023 Rogues, Pathfinder, Altima. Not all will qualify. Go to MattBlattNissan.com for complete details or call 844-917-4758. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. $589. Sale price $31,774. Expires 3/31/23. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh yeah, love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingaroner, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. Or this one. I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better, unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Bet365 is giving you more this March with a mega $365 in bonus bets. Simply sign up, bet $1, and unlock your $365 in bonus bets. Check out our Bet Boost, offered across every game of the college basketball tournament throughout March. Sign up today, bet $1 and get $365 in bonus bets, and make your March mega with Bet365. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. Must be 21 plus and physically located in New Jersey.
What do you mean he went searching for fresher powder? We have full classes today.
Instructor down at Vesper Ski School.
Toward each other to snowplow, honey, not away.
She needs more ski instructors to slalom through the day-to-day.
Pizza, fries. Whoa, Braley, no, pizza.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know that over 40 years ago, John Jenkins Sr. invented the heated seat that football players sit on? Yes, the Jenkins family created a way for football players to weather the extreme cold on frigid game days. Find out why homeowners and business owners count on Jenkins for the quality, service, and reliability you get from a 3-generation family-run company for plumbing, drain cleaning, and leak repairs. repairs. For gas furnace, boiler, or hot water heater replacement, call Jenkins at 609-641-6440 and ask about zero-interest financing. Online at jenkinsonSons.com.
Hi.
Who's this?
Buzz. He appears whenever you eat Honey Nut Cheerios.
Like a genie?
Sure.
Ooh, does he grant wishes? I wish I lived in a giant boot. No, I wish I could swim with a humpback whale. No.
I can grant you a delicious bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios, which can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
Ooh, with heart shapes, too.
Happy heart-shaped Cheerios are back for a limited time. Pick up a box of Honey Nut Cheerios at your local store for an easy, delicious, and heart-healthy start to your day.
With GMF and qualified buyers excludes Corvette.
It's back! That's right! March Markdown is back at Bennett Chevrolet. And this year, the savings are bigger and better than ever, with huge savings on every vehicle, because we need to move out over 200 of them right now. Believe it or not, Bennett Chevrolet is selling new vehicles at GM supplier employee pricing for everybody. Plus, there's available 0% financing. And Bennett is giving a minimum $10,000 for the worst clunker towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Just imagine how much Bennett is paying for good trades. And Bennett's non-commissioned sales team is a delight to work with because they're paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Don't miss March Markdowns going on now at Bennett Chevrolet, and get your new Chevy at GM supplier employee pricing, 0% available financing, and at least $10,000 for any trade towards any pre-owned in stock. Find new roads at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Get ready for the madness.
Coast to coast, got it.
March Madness is coming to 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a hump day Wednesday. Still to come, John McMullen at 3 o'clock. Andrew DiCecco joins us football for a little news about Jalen Carter that came out today. We got to ask Andrew DiCecco about that coming up at Football 4. Plus, we'll break down some of the best bets for the NCAA tournament, which starts tomorrow. You can hear it right here on 97.3 ESPN. Dan Neuby Alexander joined us coming up at 3:25. But right now, I'm with some of your messages. I got to start with this one. So this text came in anonymously. So you already know that there's a chance for this text to go sideways. And sometimes people send in texts. And I got to be honest with you guys. For those, who are not fully sure of what I do, they just know that I work a lot. Aside from being the producer for Sports Bash with Mike Gill, hosting game night each night, 6 o'clock, and producing Billy Schweim's show on the weekend, as well as, doing all the station logistics that need to be done and, whatever else. I'm basically covering a lot of bases here. So there are times that we get text into the shows that we don't read them. I'll be honest, because maybe they don't contribute to the conversation, or maybe they're just ridiculous, right? But this one I gotta read because it's too funny. I will, with disclaimer, the opinions expressed by this texter do not necessarily affect the views of this host or the management staff of this station. I'm going to read this verbatim. And you folks listening on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank CL, you can react as you want to Mr. Anonymous here. Quote, bro, are you kidding me? No play Slay good for one thing, his big mouth. 2 exclamation points. He got burned in the second half of the Super Bowl. We're going to take Gonzalez from Oregon at 10. Good riddance with that big mouth. Let's see who will be dumb enough to pay for that garbage. Open your eyes, bro. Unquote. So first of all, to say a player is only good for his big mouth is very ignorant. All right, let's be realistic. This guy obviously has a personal grudge against Slay. Second of all, as I said earlier, you go back and watch, okay? It's not just me saying this. It's people like Brian Balding of the NFL Network, okay? It's people like Greg Cosell from NFL Films and the NFL matchups that the Sao Paulo Antonio does during the season. It's people like Nick Ferguson used to play in the NFL. It's people like Quentin Michael on the Q&A show on the Inside the Birds podcast, okay? It's not just me saying this. There was a distinct difference in how the Eagles played with C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Avonte Maddox and without him. And yes, there were games like the Christmas Eve game where the Eagles secondary didn't play well. And it was because without Maddox and without CJ, they struggled in coverage. They struggled with assignments. And Slay was part of that problem. He wasn't the problem. And if you think Slay was the problem in all of those games, then you obviously have a vendetta against Slay, bro. Now, you mentioned Gonzalez from Oregon. We'll ask Andrew DiCecco his thoughts, but from my experience, I feel like Witherspoon is a guy that a lot of NFL people like better than Gonzalez. So I'm assuming, bro, that if you're taking Gonzalez at 10, you're under the assumption that Witherspoon will be gone before 10. And guess what? Someone will pay Slay because he is still better than at least 2/3 of the NFL at cornerback. And the reality is that it's not just Slay. The modern athlete does do a lot of talking. And you know they do a lot of talking because we have cameras everywhere. That's why. So, sorry, bro, but you sound like a hater. Like I was saying yesterday, you know who you are? You're the people from the Dave Chappelle skit at the Hater of the Year Awards. People chanting, hate, 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 hate. That's who you are, bro. Phil chimes in on the text board at 609-403-0970. He says, Josh, could any of this with Slay leaving have something to do with Denard Wilson leaving? Also, Marcus Peters is unrestricted free agent, so the Ravens could be a landing spot for Slay, potentially with Wilson there. It's an interesting point. I don't know if the Ravens are a landing spot per se. You know, I know there's a lot of speculation that the Falcons could be interested in Slay as well. But listen, Wilson and Slay do have a good relationship, so I definitely could see that be a possibility. You mentioned Marcus Peters. I wouldn't be against bringing Peters in. I don't know how much gas he has left in the tank, but I would be at least interested in giving him a look. Because the thing was, the Ravens defense was very good last year, and Peters was a part of that defense. And so was Calais Campbell. If you could convince a guy like Peters to come in at, you know, like of lesser veteran amount, you know, let's say, I mean, Bradbury, I mean, he's probably going to be making, if you include all the incentives, probably about $10 million this year. If you get Peters to come in for a base salary of $4 to $5 million with some incentives, I wouldn't hate that. Definitely wouldn't hate that. Texter chimes in from Delaware, says, I feel if Lamar does leave Baltimore, he will end up in Washington, and most people aren't considering it. Thanks for mentioning it, Josh. Well, I'm just being realistic. I think that Lamar and Ron Rivera will be a good connection because I think Ron Rivera really understands athletes and players, being a former player himself. And I think that Rivera is a guy who I think Rivera is much better at managing people than I think most football fans out there realize. Jason and Cape May chimes in and says, as long as we sign CJ Gardner-Johnson, I have no problem with Slay leaving. Slay is 32 years old. We gave Bradbury the big money. It's hard to give two corners that much money. Slay will be missed, but I think the Eagles made the right decision as long as they re-signed Johnson, which should be a major priority. That's from Jason K. May. Couldn't have said it any better. Listen, I think Gardner-Johnson is the priority. I think the Eagles realize, and I think that, as I said yesterday to a couple of our guests, Jeff Kerr being one of them from CBS Sports, I said, listen, I think there's a possibility that Sean Desai has something to do with this. I think Desai looked at TJ Edwards, he looked at Marcus Epps, he looked at Javon Hargrave, and he said, these guys are replaceable. James Bradbury is not. CJ Gardner-Johnson is not. I think that is a huge, huge part of this. I think the defensive coordinator, Denard Wilson, is gone. Sean Desai is in, and things are happening in a sequence of events with that. Let's see if we can squeeze in one more text at 609-403-0973 before we hit the break. Monday, Marcus, I'm going to get to your text a little bit later. You sent a pretty long message in, Marcus, so I'll get to that. Dan EHT has a shorter one. He says there's a dislike from MVP voters when it comes to Embiid. The voters still haven't forgiven the process, and they won't forgive Joel the process Embiid. He will never get votes. I don't think it's because of the process. I think that theory is out the window. I think the problem with Embiid is people hold against him the number of games he plays. I think that is a huge part. It's why he didn't get the Rookie of the Year, and it's why he doesn't get consideration by some voters. I think that's a huge part of it, Dan EHT. I think Embiid is a guy who's polarizing around the league. And I think that for voters, they prefer guys who play the majority of the games for better or for worse. I think that is the real issue there. More NFL talk with John McMullen next.
Nothing beats March Madness. The pure sound of a swish, the rattle of a slam dunk, the fans on their feet for the big moments. And the action just keeps getting better until a national champion is crowned. Hear all the action with Westwood One's exclusive coverage of the NCAA men's and women's tournaments right here.
March Madness on 97.3 ESPN is being brought to you by Calvi Electric and Progressive Fence and Rail. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's home for the NCAA tournament.
Better days, healthier living. There are many reasons to start recovery. If you know someone who is suffering from addiction, we are always here to help. Make the call at 844-REACH-NJ.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale is on with limited quantity deals on top tech. Save on select PCs powered by the latest 12th gen Intel Core processors like thin and light XPS 13 laptops, Inspiron laptops, and 2-in-1s. Plus, get savings on select accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Hi, this is Brighton Richards from Apex East Roofing. Is your roof old? Do you have a leak and are wondering what your next steps are? Let us help you. Go to apexeastroofing.com and watch us explain all the parts that make up a roofing system. Then if you'd like us to come out, we can be there within 24 hours to give you a free roofing inspection and usually get a new roof installed within 1 to 3 business days.
Get a price on your roof in 30 seconds at apexeastroofing.com. Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get in on all the action throughout the month of March with Madness Zone at the Gallery Bar Book and Games in Ocean Casino Resort. Take in the college basketball tournament with a panoramic view of all the games, a beverage in your hand, a bet placed on your favorite team, and an atmosphere like no other. Watch, bet, eat, and drink all tournament long at the Gallery Bar Book and Games in Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. Or this one. I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better, unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
There are so many reasons to get hooked on Church's 8-piece shrimp meal. It's dippable, crunchable, downright irresistible, and it starts at $5.99. The only catch, it's only here for a limited time. Church's Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-434-3366. That's 1-800-434-3366. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-434-3366. That's 1-800-434-3366.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Why would someone looking for a mortgage at the Jersey Shore take a loan from a company in Detroit or North Carolina or some other far-off place? Online mortgages promise a lot but don't always deliver. First Bank of Sea Isle City knows the Jersey Shore. We are local lenders. We use local appraisers and provide in-house processing. We understand the unique obstacles of financing in Cape May County. Don't take a chance. Local banking is better. Let us guide you. First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
When you hear this,
they've got him again!
And this,
he scored!
And this,
oh boy, what a move by Embiid!
You think of us. We are sports. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
This hour of the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill, being brought to you by the Gallery Bar Booking Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Get your game on for the NCAA Tournament, Sixers tonight, and more at the Gallery. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery, go to Ocean, go for the win. For more info, visit oceanac.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, and we will be back over there. Myself and Ryan Rothstein will be sitting in for Mike Gill this Monday, broadcasting live from the Ocean. So you want to come out and join us this Monday. Or you can go the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I can only imagine what a sports book is like during the NCAA tournament. It must be wild. Well, speaking of wild, a wild last few days in the NFL. So we will get to the Eagles and the NFL now with JAKIB Media's own John McMullen. Check out Birds 365 on the JAKIB Media YouTube channel Monday through Friday mornings. John, welcome back in. How are you doing with the countdown on to the new year?
That was a lot of energy, Josh. I don't know if I can match you. That ocean read you just did. That was a tremendous, tremendous amount of energy. Darius Slay-like energy.
Darius Slay-like energy. Well, John, give us your thoughts, because there was, before the news came out officially today that, the Eagles and Slay are going to part ways, there was speculation that both sides wanted him to stay in Philadelphia. So talk to the audience about what in your mind you think was the breaking point here.
Well, I think the breaking point is just the age of Darius Slay, to be honest. I mean, it's sort of how the NFL does business nowadays. Obviously, it's a salary cap league, and when you're a good player, and Slay's still a Pro Bowl player, he was Pro Bowl selection this year for the 5th time. You don't want to go into that final year of your deal as a lame duck, and that's where he was. And from the Eagles' perspective, his cap hit, because it was the last year of his big deal that he originally signed in Detroit, was $26 million, and the Eagles didn't want to carry that number on their cap next season. So a compromise had to be made. In typical, fashions, when you deal with contracts, if you're in the 2nd or 3rd year, you can just move the money around if you're the team. So in other words, it happens all the time. The Eagles might do it with Lane Johnson coming up if they need money, is you basically turn one of the bonuses on the contract, turn salary on the contract into a bonus, and you spread it out over the final years of the deal. Now, the problem is on the final year, and I'm getting too deep into the weeds probably, but in the final year, you can't do that because it's the final year. So you can't push money off, and that $26 million is a big problem because you can't kick it down the road. And the Eagles wanted to work something out, but they can't just do it unilaterally like you can do it if there are more than 1 year left. So they needed Slay's approval, and Slay still wants to get paid like he's a star corner, but he's 32. And is he going to be the same player when he's 34 or 35? Probably not. So that was the issue, and that's why things have come to an end between the two sides. And it's difficult to pay two corners top of the market, and the Eagles made their decision and were able to get James Bradberry back.
A lot of people love to point to the PFF grade, John, that, you know, the second half of the year, Slay was way worse than he was in the first half. So in your mind, I ask you this question: what is the impact of not having Maddox and CJ Gardner-Johnson on the field for a lot of those games on Darius Slay's play?
Well, I think part of it was, if you look at and he was better in the first half than the second half, but I think it had more to do with, one, a regression to the mean. He was so good in the first half, you couldn't continue that. I think his passer rating allowed in the first half of the season was under 40, which is ridiculous in the modern NFL. That couldn't continue. But, you know, when you look at the second half and people look at the passer rating, it was like 114. It wasn't obviously great, but if you look at the other numbers, he didn't give up big plays. He only gave up 300 yards, 300-something yards passing when he was targeted. So I think it's a little bit overblown. I think you're going to hear that narrative because, let's be honest, that's what happens when you move on from players. You try to frame things as well as you can for an organization, and you're going to hear whispers of descending player. One thing, teams schemed for Darius Slay. They didn't scheme for James Bradberry. Now they're going to scheme for James Bradberry, and it's going to be a whole different ball game for James.
Well, John, that's the perfect.
Slay is not there.
I'll say it's a perfect transition because Bradberry got the bag, he got the money. So, what does Bradberry mean for this team coming back now, and in Sean Desai's way of doing things instead of Jonathan Gannon's way of doing things?
Well, it's going to be the same philosophy. So it's sort of like, if you think about it from an offensive perspective, from, when the play calling went from Nick Sirianni to Shane Steichen, it's going to be a little bit different, but it's the same defensive philosophy. There's going to be a lot of quarters coverage. And that's what James does well. He's a great zone coverage corner. A lot will be dependent on the pass rush. So it all kind of fits together in a puzzle. But the bottom line is Sean Desai is up against it because, he's already lost 5 starters from what was here last year. And remember, for whatever reason, a lot of Eagles fans didn't like the defense last year that finished number 2 in the NFL, number 1 in passing defense, had the 70 sacks. And now they lost 5 starters. I kind of feel bad for Sean Desai.
We know one of those replacement starters is going to be Nakobe Dean. Where do you anticipate the other replacements coming from? Like, do you anticipate the Eagles getting maybe some discount rack free agents? Do you expect some of them to be draft picks? Do we have maybe potentially another Howie coming out of left field trade potentially down the road?
Well, it's always possible. It kind of depends how the market shakes out. He traded for CJ on August 30th last year. James Bradberry was a June acquisition at corner. Obviously, A.J. Brown at wide receiver was draft night. So you remember wide receiver, they were trying to get Calvin Ridley. That didn't work out because he got suspended. They were in on Christian Kirk as a free agent. The Jacksonville overpaid him. Then he went to Robert Woods. He wanted to play in Tennessee. Then they went to Allen Robinson. He wanted to play in Los Angeles. And they forced him to go down the A.J. Brown route. So sometimes, you know, it works out in a great way. Same thing with C.J. They tried to get Marcus Williams in free agency, got outpriced. Tried, with Honey Badger, got outpriced, and all of a sudden they got to make a deal at the end of training camp, and it worked out pretty well. So Howie, is very good. I think what Howie does better than most general managers is the contingency. I think a lot of GMs, they don't get their original plan. They kind of fall apart. He's always got sort of a layered plan, and he'll come up with something. But I do think at linebacker specifically, that TJ deal kind of bothered me because I think they could have kept him. That was not nearly as much as I thought he was going to get. And maybe he just wanted to go back to Chicago. That's his hometown team. He grew up a fan of the Bears, but I doubt it. I think if the Eagles would have tacked on another $1 million or so, he would have stayed. And they just don't value that position. And, they're going to get another Kaiser White type, shopping at the Walmart clearance aisle. And people are going to say, well, Kaiser was fine. And he was. But, they tend to forget they tried that with Corey Nelson and Eric Wilson and L.J. Fort and Paul Warlow. They missed more than they hit when they do things that way. So, but they have to find a linebacker somewhere. And they understand that. Sean Bradley's excited that he might get an opportunity, but I just don't see the Eagles going to Sean Bradley in-house or Davion Taylor, who's got a history with the new linebackers coach. They were together in Colorado, but I think they're going to go outside the organization.
Talking with John McMullen, JAKIB Media, Eagles, and NFL Insider. Follow him on Twitter at JF McMullen, joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Wednesday edition here on 97.3 ESPN. John, let's look at the NFC East right now. Stephon Gilmore in, Ezekiel Elliott out in Dallas. Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, Stephon can still play sort of an aging corner, but a very savvy player. We've seen that a lot. James Bradbury's like that. Patrick Peterson had a great year in Minnesota last year. He'll be going to Pittsburgh. He's like that. Those guys just know how to play. So maybe they've lost a step. In the case of Bradbury, I mean, he's still young enough, but he's that type of player that I don't think as he ages, it's going to affect him as much as just a guy who gets it done on his athleticism purely. So I think that's a good signing for a good trade, for Dallas. But with Zeke, I mean, they ran him into the ground. It's a tough business, and they got as much as they could out of him. He's a very good back for a lot of years, but clearly not the same player. Tony Pollard is a very good back. And, it's interesting. I know a lot of Eagles fans are excited about the signing yesterday, for $2 million for Rashad Penny, a guy with a lot of talent, but never stays on the field. And I had a couple fans saying, that's why the Eagles are smart, and that's why Dallas is dumb, because they spend so much money on running backs. And for the most part, that's true, but I feel like it's the polarization of the issue. Yeah, you don't have to spend a lot of money, but you got to find a good player. And the Cowboys know they have a good player at running back. The Eagles don't. And that's where the Eagles are at that position. Same thing at linebacker. They don't value it. So you can say it's smart, but they had a good player in TJ Edwards, and they let him walk. and they had a capable player and let him walk. And same thing at running back with Miles Sanders. They had a good player, and they're going cheaper, and we'll see if it works out.
As we've approached the 4 o'clock deadline, things becoming official, John, who is a player or a team in the NFC East not named the Eagles folks need to keep an eye on?
Say that again. I missed it, Josh.
I was saying with 4 o'clock coming around the corner, which of the teams not named the Eagles do our audience need to keep an eye on as the 4 o'clock deadline passes coming up?
Well, I think they always, they always keep an eye on the Cowboys, right? I mean, that's what everyone's obsessed with. But, typically Jerry Jones, if you mean splash, most of the big names are off the market. That's one of the reasons I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson is coming back, because he obviously didn't get the deal that he expected in the opening hours of free agency. Most of the big names are gobbled up. You have Orlando Brown, probably the biggest name, and maybe CJ's number 2. So most of the stuff is already done, and you've seen regression from the Eagles, to be honest. I don't know if I love what the Giants have done. Darren Waller, big name, but he's been injured, hasn't been himself for 2 years post 30. I'm not sure that's a smart move, but people get excited by the big name. You mentioned Gilmore. Washington's still acting like they're going to move forward with Sam Howell. So even though the Eagles have regressed, I think they're still clearly the best team in the division.
We had a listener, John, text in. Phil wants to know your thoughts on Marcus Peters for the Eagles.
I think, Marcus is, he is a gambler, and he is a press corner. I don't know what his market would be, but I don't think he's a fit for the quarters-based scheme that the Eagles want to run. He's more of a press coverage guy who wants to gamble. He doesn't want to sit back and he wants to take chances. So I don't think that's a philosophy fit for what the Eagles want to do defensively.
John, do you care at all that Aaron Rodgers is going to the Jets?
No, but I'm entertained by Aaron Rodgers. I'm always entertained by Aaron Rodgers. I don't care who goes anywhere, but he's always interesting. I did watch part of his. I tapped out. He was on the Pat McAfee show today after he emerged from the darkness, as I said before we got on the air. He's a trip. Maybe a little bit too much ayahuasca at this point, but I'll tell you what, it's ironic that all due respect to Bart Starr and old school football fans, the 2 best quarterbacks of all time in Green Bay are Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre. And they're also the 2 best quarterbacks in Jets history. That's how bad the Jets, all due respect to Joe Namath, that's how bad the Jets have been.
Yeah, well, Joe Namath also had more interceptions than touchdowns in his career, if I remember correctly. So
different era, Josh. Different era. You're allowed to play deep. Joe is actually a very good player. Joe is the Jets' best quarterback. They allowed you to play defense back then. So
that's true.
Don't look at their statistics and compare them to today's statistics, because Ken Stabler's like that too. And he's a Hall of Famer, and he deserves to be a Hall of Famer. You got beat up back then.
I was going to say,
completely different game.
To me, Namath's problem, again, I didn't live through Namath's career, but from everything I've read and saw, I feel like the injuries were the biggest problem for Namath's career than anything else. Right?
Well, yeah, he had a short sort of window, because not only the injuries, but also some of the off the field. Very similar to Ken Stabler. Interesting, the wormholes you go down. Those guys had a little bit too much fun off the field, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of athletes who do the same today, but we just know more about it because there's social media. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's a famous story about Mickey Mantle on Crossing Sports about somebody was putting I asked him about, he had to write down sort of things, a written interview, so to speak. And somebody asked him, what was your favorite memory in Tiger Stadium? And it was a sexual conquest behind the right field wall. So, those guys had some fun back in the day.
Yeah, they were something at least. He's John McMullen, JAKIB Media, Eagles, and NFL Insider. Follow him on Twitter at JF McMullen. And, of course, Birds 365 each morning on the JAKIB Media YouTube channel. John, I will not speak to you again until Monday because the NCAA tournament starts tomorrow. So enjoy a few days away from the Sports Bash.
Yeah, happy new league year as well. And enjoy March Madness.
John, take care.
See ya.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Speaking of the NCAA tournament, we will get into it coming up next with Cash Considerations co-host Dan Neuby Alexander. We'll get his thoughts on the tourney and a little Sixers and Eagles talk with him as well here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com. Powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund or your money back plus $100. Limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Get in on all the action throughout the month of March with Madness Zone at the Gallery Bar Booking Games in Ocean Casino Resort. Take in the college basketball tournament with a panoramic view of all the games, a beverage in your hand, a bet placed on your favorite team, and an atmosphere like no other. Watch, bet, eat, and drink all tournament long at the Gallery Bar Booking Games in Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The all-new Nissan Ariya is a fully loaded EV. It's brimming with style and power.
Up to 389 horses of it.
Innovation and intelligence.
E-Force all-wheel drive.
It'll pin you to your seat.
Your very plush seat.
The all-new, all-electric Nissan Ariya. Nissan Ariya with E-Force expected availability early 2023. E-Force cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. E-Force and 389 horsepower available on Platinum Plus. Nissan calculation using 1-foot rollout testing with long-range battery and E-Force only in 4 with E-Step off. These results are for comparison only and should not be attempted on public roads. Drive responsibly. See nissanusa.com for details.
Introducing Total by Verizon, a new prepaid wireless provider with no contract plans starting at just $30 a month. With Total by Verizon, you don't have to sacrifice reliability or freedom. Get Total by Verizon and save money every month on America's most reliable 5G network. Most reliable 5G based on most first-place rankings and Root Metrics first half 2022 assessments of 125 metros. Experiences vary, not an endorsement.
Do you love a good cigar almost as much as your family? Well, maybe that's an exaggeration, but you can find that perfect cigar at Smoker's Haven. With 5 New Jersey locations, Smoker's Haven has the finest selection of cigars in the area, like Ashton, My Father's, Romeo and Julieta, Monte Cristo, and more. All from the finest tobacco leaves and hand-rolled by the world's finest cigar makers. All locations are fully open. Stop in and let them help you find the perfect cigar to pair with your life. See all they have and their locations at smokershavennj.com.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for per month. Level rate for 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-smoker can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Termbusters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 800-786-9161. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-786-9161. Remember, 1-800-786-9161. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think, in Egg Harbor Township. Shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
Get ready, because Scott's is taking over daylight saving time. It's such a big event that we're calling it day-long saving time. And now it's got real savings. In fact, it's the biggest deals of the year. Audacious? Absolutely. So don't wait. Stock up early and you'll be able to save up to $20 on Scott's Triple Action and Easy Seed products today at the Home Depot and Lowe's. Offers available March 9th through 22nd at select U.S. stores while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See store for exact offers.
This hour brought to you by Xfinity.
Everything is changing so fast. Back in my day, we were lucky if we could get one video to load. But now with the Xfinity 10G network, you can power a house full of devices at once with ultra low lag. The future starts now. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
My conversation about the NCAA tournament, Eagles, and more right now with Dan Neuby Alexander being brought to you by Jenkins & Sons. One call does it all. No need to call the drain guy, the heater guy, the plumbing guy, because Jenkins technicians have got you covered. From new heating and air installation, service and maintenance, ductless air conditioning systems, water heaters, boilers, gas furnaces, leak repairs, and more. Just call 609-641-6440 and visit them online at jenkinsandsons.com. Yes, we will not be on the air the next 2 days because the tournament takes over the radio airwaves. So to talk more about it, it is the co-host of the Cash Acceleration Podcast, slicked up and looking good on the video feed. Dan Neuby Alexander joins me. What are you all dressed up for?
I've been running from show to show all day long, Josh. So you know, I'm a little spiffed up here in the home studio. And also, I should have just lied and said, well, I got to come proper when I'm on with Josh Hennig on 97.3. But, you know, we've done interviews together in the car where I'm on the phone. I've been in the home studio. So I figured zhuzh it up a little bit when you're bringing me back here on one of the flagship shows. Happy to be here, brother.
So before we get to the tournament specifically, how are you, Dan Alexander, feeling about those Philadelphia Eagles?
I mean, I feel like I'm not where everyone else is, or not everyone else, but, you know, you've been hearing some of the callers. You've been checking out the text line. You've been on Twitter, too. It's the time of the year when everybody lambasts Howie Roseman. Oh, my goodness, how can you get rid of Miles Sanders? Oh, my goodness, you know, how can you let this guy walk? How can you let that guy walk? They're in retool mode, and they're also trying to work these dollar signs around so they can figure out what's going to happen with Jalen Hurts. You're going to have to pay him. Now, when you hear people talking about a team-friendly deal for Jalen Hurts, that doesn't mean this guy isn't going to get his money. It's going to be, are they able to work something out where they're able to spread around the money, add some different incentives in that he's guaranteed to hit so that the cap will end up working out. Trust Howie Roseman to make the numbers work. That's my personal opinion. And also, you're not going to bring back everyone. I think one of the biggest things that I was excited about was the fact that they did ink Bradbury, because I think even in the part of the season when Slay was slumping a little bit, Bradbury was a terrific 2. And yes, you know, Slay's going up against the top flight competition. I was glad to see him inked. I was glad to see, you know, when we were on last talking, Josh, we wanted to make sure Brandon Graham got brought back. They made that work out. Jason Kelsey's returning. So with those kind of veteran players coming back, that tells me that this team wasn't just a flash in the pan. They still think it's win now mode. Jason Kelce would have retired if he didn't think that Howie Roseman was going to put this team in a position to succeed coming this year. So I don't think the sky is falling. I don't think Miles Sanders is that big of a loss, to be honest with you, Josh.
And with that being said, let's get to the tournament. That's the kind of positive reinforcement we need for a day like today. You know, and I told the audience we're not doing 4 hours of Aaron Rodgers talk, so we're gonna leave him on the sidelines. The tourney's tomorrow. I know Jeff in Ocean City's been texting me every day asking me my thoughts on the tournament. I told him to wait till I talk to you. So let's start with this. What team do you like? And what team do you not like? Like, what's the team that you're looking at and be like, you know what? I'm willing to ride with that team. And what's the team you look at and you're like, I want nothing to do with it?
I think something that's really exciting heading into the tournament kicking off tomorrow, and I'm so glad you guys are going to be airing it because, sometimes the electric calls that come out of the first 2 rounds is just must-hear radio. But as far as teams that I'm liking, teams that I'm not as bullish on, let's just start with the fact that this tournament, I don't know, Josh, is there any 1 seed that you look at that you say, oh my goodness, this is the absolute lock? Because I feel like a lot of the time this bracket breaks out and it's very top heavy. I think there are a couple teams that you look at with the number 1 getting slammed on him. You look at Gonzaga, who, when was the last time that they weren't a 1 seed? And you're looking at them as a 3 seed. So I don't think that there's any of these teams that are worlds above anyone, which I think is going to add to some really fun upsets, some really fun parity coming into this opening round and really throughout the rest of the tournament. Because outside of an Alabama, I don't look at any of those 1 seeds and say, oh my goodness, they're going to be trotting their way to a title. I think, you've seen some major cracks in the armor for any of these top seeded teams. And then if you're looking at maybe a higher seeded team that I'm not really crazy about, it was a team that heading into the tournament, I was ecstatic for. I thought we were going to be getting some great value in the future market and in the betting market round and round with the UCLA Bruins. And then their best defensive player goes down. One of the biggest parts of UCLA's team is their defense. So can they keep up the scoring without that defensive metric that clearly is going to take a drop off heading into the tournament? So UCLA is your third odds on favorite. I think that they're not accounting for what a stark drop off that is going to be with the players that they're missing. Another team that I don't think is all that wild to me is your 4th betting favorite, and that's Purdue. And this is a team that, people here in Pennsylvania, where I'm stationed, right outside of South Jersey, where you're at, they just watched Penn State be a bounced bucket away from taking down Zach Edey and this Purdue Boilermaker team. And Boilermakers year after year spoil my bracket. So maybe I'm a little bit sour grapes, but I just think they're going to have a game where Zach Edey gets into foul trouble. And when that happens, I mean, where do they go elsewhere? It's not like they have this big stacked roster. For better or for worse, Purdue has become big man university. And if Zach Edey gets into foul trouble, that's a team that I don't want any part of. So I think UCLA and Purdue are 2 teams that stand out to me as getting a lot of public sentiment, a lot of betting respect as well, that I think are going to be busting some brackets. So before I get into some teams that I really like, what do you think about those 2? UCLA losing their defensive player, and Zach Edey, while he is the dominant player that he is, let's say you get a ref crew that doesn't really care for big men down low, and he's talking, 3 fouls early in the game. That changes the complexion. I don't know if they have anything else to beat you on the back end. Does Purdue?
Yeah, I'm completely out on UCLA. I mean, the injury definitely concerns me. The other thing that I'm out on is, and it's not as much Purdue and the big man, it's something else about Purdue that bothers me. It's the fact that the Big Ten is so down this year.
True.
So it's like when you're the best team of like a sloppy conference, you know what I mean? It's like, remember all those years where like you had a team like Oklahoma coming out of the Big 12, and it was like, well, the entire Big 12 doesn't play defense. So like, how serious is Oklahoma putting up 40 points a game? So like, to me, Purdue is a little similar. It's like, hey, you're the best of a conference that literally half those teams will get smashed in another conference like the Big 12 or even maybe the Pac-12, for example. So to me, my problem with Purdue is I see that they're plus 240 at some books to make the Final Four. I don't even know if they're going to make the Final Four. If you asked me to place my hard-earned money on somebody right now, I'm comfortable with Alabama. I'm comfortable with Arizona. I'm comfortable with Gonzaga. Those are three teams I'm personally comfortable with.
You know who I'm really comfortable with, and this is one that you can go down the odds board a little bit and get a nice price out of them. I believe they're even out there 20-1. You can probably shop around and find it a little bit better. This, I guess, will be the hot take here, because I don't know many people who have been coming on the airwaves and making the case for Marquette to win it all. Now, hear me out. I look at Marquette's side of the bracket, and it goes back to what I led with when we talked about the tournament. And it's the fact that I don't see anyone who blows me away, especially in that little quadrant right there. Sure, it's not going to be an easy road, but with this Marquette team on the season, straight up 28-6, and they have some nice wins. Now, one of the knocks is 16 of those 28 wins, they came at home. So that is something to look at. However, when you just look at how they have performed, in conjunction with their market perception, because you know me, Cash Considerations Podcast, you can follow me at Neuby Talks. I do a lot of betting analysis, and I like to take spreads and use them as, here is what not only Las Vegas and odds makers, but here's what the market perception of a team is. And Marquette has exceeded that market perception. They're the fourth best team in all of college basketball, Division I, against the spread. So they're 22-12, and that's on home they've been fine, 10-4 against the spread, but away 11-5 against the spread. So whenever you're looking at a team and how they perform in the marketplace, Marquette's been one that's overperformed all year long. I think they have a lot of good guard play, they have decent defense, and they don't only rely on the three. Because come tournament time, something that I worry about, Josh, is these teams that are bouncing around from location to location. Every sight line is different. So when you have a team who lives and dies by the three, and when I get to one of my plays that I have in the opening round, it ties in with a team like Penn State, who, when Penn State's hitting threes, there aren't many teams who are going to beat them with regularity. However, when that three goes silent, when you're in a different gym and you're not really seeing the same sight line, those things can become tough. So I like finding teams, especially in the early rounds, that have good defensive metrics and also are able to score points inside the paint and in the perimeter, or don't only rely on the perimeter, because I just think if you're living and dying by the three, if you're hot, it's great, but when you're cold, you're going to get on the bad side of runs early. So that's why I like Marquette 20-1. I think you can find them 25-1. I like them to win this outright.
To me, that there's three teams in their bracket that I think are dangerous for them. One is Duke, the other is Kansas State, and the other one I'm going to go with Memphis, because I think those three play a style of basketball that can be problematic for them. I don't know how you felt, but when I saw Memphis beating the snot out of Houston on Sunday, I think I opened my eyes a little bit that if Memphis is allowed to play their style of basketball, they're a very dangerous team. And then that Kansas State team is just all blood and guts. They're one of those teams that they want to just work you to death. And I just wonder, does Marquette have the ammunition to be able to outgun Duke, Memphis, or Kansas State at their best?
So, and I think that's a great point. The thing is, and why I'm really not bullish on Purdue, clearly I like Marquette coming out of that side of the bracket, but the other is exactly what you alluded to. If Memphis does get through, this could be a sneaky team. They're fast. They can run and gun with you. They'll D you up. They'll get a little bit chippy, and I think that matches up really well for their potential second-round matchup with Purdue, though I know a lot of sharp bettors who have beat the marketplace and grabbed the points with FAU. I know a lot of folks who think Memphis can't even get through FAU. Now, if they do, I think they're going to be a tough out, but that's definitely something I'll be looking at the first day. The other thing we know is these trends with these 5-12 teams. There's always upsets every year, especially when you're talking against the spread. And Duke, I think, is a team that sometimes is getting by on name alone. I think that's going to be a big trendy pick to not only have some upsets, but potentially even come out of that bracket. I even have some people I respect that says Duke might even be making it to the championship game. I don't see it. I think they're going to have their hands full with Oral Roberts. And if they don't, I think that little 1-2 with them, Tennessee, Louisiana, I wouldn't be shocked if Louisiana takes down Tennessee outright. I think that's a part of the bracket that I look at and see a lot of potential upsets. And when I see early round upsets, I look to the 1s, I look to the 2s, because where does, the excitement peter out for some of these teams that pull big upsets? It's in the 2nd, it's in the 3rd round. So, I just look at that quadrant. Kansas State doesn't scare me. In the 2nd round, if you get Michigan State or USC, I think USC is a wild, overrated team. I think they do take down Sparty, so that's going to be your 2nd round matchup. So I already have Marquette just basically to the 3rd round there. And then Kentucky, Providence, K-State. I don't think Montana State's going to be getting it done, so that then moves me to the Elite 8 for them. Who do they face in the Elite 8 is the question for me. Now, do they have enough firepower to keep up with a Duke? I'm not sure, but the way that the bracket's breaking out for me, I don't think they see a Duke come Elite 8. So I think it's good points your way. I just think there's a little bit more brewing in the bottom half of that bracket, or that bottom quadrant of that bracket, that isn't just chalk, where they're going to be facing a tougher team. They might get an underdog who's starting to lose a little bit of esteem. And if they do, that's really the way that I handicap them getting to the Final Four. And if they get there, it's a live ticket that I could hedge out on at a 25-1.
We're talking with Dan Neuby Alexander from the Cash Considerations podcast. You can follow him on Twitter at Neuby Talks, breaking down the NCAA tournament. Begins tomorrow, 12 p.m. right here on 97.3 ESPN. 12 p.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You don't even have to change the channel. Just leave the station on, leave the app on. You got the games all day, all night. Let's get into some of the individual games. I wanted to throw some specific games at you, my friend. Let's start on the Thursday slate. Talk to me about Illinois and Arkansas, because I'm hearing a lot of the experts conflicted on this game.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to see a lot in this opening round of the tournament is some major disagreements, whether it's the pros versus Joes, whether it's experts being split, whether it's the talking heads being split. Everybody wants to have the hot take. But what I do, I would rather have cold cash over hot takes. That's always been a saying of mine, Josh. So I always look at what is the point spread. That's my starting point. I want to see what the odds makers, the guys and gals and folks who keep those lights very bright, those sports books very clean, what are they lining the game at? And this has bounced right around 1. It's up to 2 now with Arkansas against Illinois. And really the question is, what's the competition level coming in for these two teams? Illinois, not a bad resume getting on in here. They are the underdog here, and I think an underdog for a reason. But Arkansas has some pretty impressive wins on their resume. And also, being an SEC team, this is a team that is going to get dirty underneath the boards. This is a team that's going to be able to bang with you and wear on you. So does Illinois have the physicality to keep up with Arkansas? That's a question for me. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be laying points with Arkansas, though. I think I would line this more as a pick'em, true and true. And whenever it's going to be a pick'em game, I'm going to lean with the team who has the better defense. And in my opinion, in this matchup, it's Arkansas. So if you're twisting my arm behind my back, Josh, while this isn't a bet that would be on my card, I guess I would take the points out of it. I would take Arkansas just to win the game. You can probably get that around -125, -135 on the money line. I think Arkansas moving past Illinois is the way that I would lean in that game, though. It's not anything that's going to get my dollars out of my pocket.
Sticking with the Thursday slate, which dog do you like better? Is it Penn State against Texas A&M, or is it Boise State against Northwestern?
Man, I think Northwestern is I think Penn State showed you what Northwestern is. Penn State in the tournament, heading on into the Big Ten, was able to show you, hey, if you can hit shots, if you can make your shots at the foul line, is Northwestern all that great? So I think it's crazy to say it. I think I would think Boise State, getting the 2 points is a little bit more the way that I would look at that one, because here is my concern for Penn State. And it's something I alluded to when we were just talking about what I look for in tournament teams, what I look for to play. Sure, I love the fact that Penn State is getting 3 points, because what do? They live and die by the 3. So you're giving me a 3-pointer. That's the difference of if it makes it or if they don't make it, if they're going to cover the game or not. However, Josh, this Texas A&M team scares me for the same reasons that I was talking about, what I fear with SEC teams. The other thing is that this team is the absolute best in college basketball against the spread. 23-10 they've gone against the number. They're 25-8 overall. And, if it weren't for the year that Alabama put together, you're talking about an SEC champion in Texas A&M. They're also great away from home at 9-3 against the number. They're a team that will play defense with you. They have some size as well. So I think one of my bets is going to end up being Texas A&M laying the points. I think Penn State, there's 2 ways to look at it. Does Penn State ride the momentum of what they were able to do in the Big Ten tournament, or is that the bubble burst moment? If that shot goes in, do they have a little bit more momentum coming in? Are they kind of limping in a little bit? A lot of energy expended. They played nearly 2 overtime games in that Big Ten tournament. And I know these are college-age kids, so you're saying, Neuby, what are you talking about, man? You think these guys are tired? No, they're not tired, but this is some bright lights. I do think the familiarity with the venue will help Penn State's shooting. However, I just think they're running into a buzzsaw with this A&M team. So sorry to my Nittany Lions faithful. I have Texas A&M circled just straight up, moving on in my bracket personally.
All right, because we're running out of real estate, I want to get on one more before I let you go. Iona won the MAC tournament here in Atlantic City. So are you buying the good vibes for them? 9.5 dogs against UConn.
Give me the 9.5 all day long, because doesn't Rick Pitino really just want to make his case for whatever his next job is going to be? So I think this team is buzzing a little bit. I know that there's a lot of love for UConn. That is something that I'm absolutely certain of. There's a lot of sharps that are saying UConn is going to be the team who could potentially be grabbing, hoisting a banner, however you want to say it. I don't know if Iona quite beats them outright, but I think that's going to be a sneaky close game. You're giving me nearly 10 points, and with all the sharp support that they're getting, I might even wait before game time, and you might get north of 10 points on that one. So I like Iona getting the points in that matchup. But UConn probably does get it done. A lot of sharps are on that side. So who am I to buck them?
Give him a follow on Twitter at Neuby Talk. He's the co-host of Cash Considerations podcast, along with about 20 other different things that he does, including coaching the kids out on the field with the sticks called LAX. Yeah, the Mustangs. Yeah. You almost knocked over your whole setup there just trying to show me your shirt.
Yeah. That was just to get a plug for a high school boys lacrosse team. I almost knocked coffee all over my thousands of dollars of equipment down here, Josh. Really, really smart move on my part.
Damn, my friend, I appreciate you jumping on. Enjoy the tournament. We'll talk soon.
Always appreciate you, Josh. I'll talk to you, brother.
Don't forget the NCAA tournament begins tomorrow, 12 p.m., Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, every day. We got you covered. We are your home in South Jersey for the NCAA tournament. You can listen on 97.3 ESPN FM and on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. And of course, it's being brought to you by Calvi Electric and Progressive Fence and Rail. We'll wrap up the hour. Coming up on the other side, don't forget football at 4. Andrew DiCecco coming up. We'll get into Eagles and draft talk with him at 4. And then back to the text board. I got a lot of text to get to next hour, so keep it tuned here at 97.3 ESPN. I'll get your text next hour.
There's never an off season for the NFL. It's football at 4 every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
It's Scott's Day-Long Savings Time. Get to the Home Depot and Lowe's for the biggest deal of the year. Offers valid March 9th through 22nd. See store for full details and product selection.
With GMF financing, the qualified buyers excludes Corvette.
It's back. That's right. March Markdown is back at Bennett Chevrolet. And this year, the savings are bigger and better than ever, with huge savings on every vehicle, because we need to move out over 200 of them right now. Believe it or not, Bennett Chevrolet is selling new vehicles at GM supplier employee pricing for everybody. Plus, there's available 0% financing. And Bennett is giving a minimum $10,000 for the worst clunker towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Just imagine how much Bennett is paying for good trades. And Bennett's non-commissioned sales team is a delight to work with because they're paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Don't miss March markdowns going on now at Bennett Chevrolet and get your new Chevy at GM supplier employee pricing, 0% available financing, and at least $10,000 for any trade towards any pre-owned in stock. Find new roads at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Wouldn't you say it's time for a beauty refresh? Lucky for you, Ulta Beauty's 21 Days of Beauty is happening now. So treat yourself with up to 50% off bestsellers like Benefit Cosmetics and MAC Cosmetics. And say hello to new product launches from Fenty Beauty by Rihanna, Tarte Cosmetics, and so many more. That new you feeling is waiting at Ulta Beauty. But hurry! Beauty's biggest event ends April 1st. Shop in-store, online, or try curbside pickup today. Ulta Beauty. The possibilities are beautiful.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Using your phone should never have to be a luxury. Walmart Family Mobile now offers free or discounted plans through the Affordable Connectivity Program. ACP is a government program that helps eligible Americans have access to wireless service. You could get unlimited talk, text, and 8 gigabytes of high-speed data for free when you qualify. Apply now at myfamilymobile.com/ACP. Walmart Family Mobile is supported by the Affordable Connectivity Program and Lifeline Government Assistance Programs. Please visit myfamilymobile.com/ACP for more information.
We are here with Dr. Scott Hernberg, Medical Director and founder of Tomorrow's Wellness Center in Northfield, one of our 97.3 ESPN industry aces. Dr. Hernberg, tell us about Tomorrow's Wellness Center.
We offer the most advanced technology and evidence-based practices in a holistic and integrative manner to provide optimal health and wellness. We strive passionately to make folks look and feel their best.
You treat ED. How common is ED?
Erectile dysfunction is a very common disorder, particularly as men begin to age. Typically, about 40% of men experience some form of erectile dysfunction.
And what does Tomorrow's Wellness Center do for ED?
We use a protocol called the Gaines wave therapy. What this therapy involves is low-intensity shock waves that are essentially sound waves. It's natural, essentially painless procedure used to improve the blood flow as well as to improve the sensitivity.
Dr. Scott Hernberg from Tomorrow's Wellness Center in Northfield. You can find out more at tomorrowswellnesscenter.com.
Get ready because Scott's is taking over daylight saving time. It's such a big event that we're calling it day-long saving time. And now it's got real savings. In fact, it's the biggest deals of the year. Audacious? Absolutely. So don't wait. Stock up early and you'll be able to save up to $20 on Scott's Triple Action and Easy Seed products today at the Home Depot and Lowe's. Offers available March 9th through 22nd at select U.S. stores while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See store for exact offers.
Hello there. My name is Seychelle, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is the punch of flavors that's unlike any other. You get the crispy tenderness of the chicken and that hint of sourness from the pickles. Ta-da!
Hey, I'm Juan, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is you're going to get chicken that's crispy, golden, and juicy. This is the gold standard of chicken sandwiches.
Order the original Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real customers paid for their testimonials.
If you have an IRA or 401k, please listen closely. My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. Throughout my career, let's just say I've been in some hairy situations. And I believe right now the biggest threat facing Americans is they need to protect their wealth, which is exactly what I'm doing for my wife and 6 kids. And I believe the ultimate safe haven is physical gold and silver. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. The folks I use are Advantage Gold, and believe me, I've investigated the heck out of all types of people. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest-rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, it, please contact Advantage Gold right now, and you'll see how easy it is to protect yourself with precious metals. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
Save thousands at Matt Blatt Kia. Get out of your old trade today, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Go to mattblattkianj.com for more details. That's mattblattkianj.com.
It's gotta be a
Matt Blatt Kia.
Get ready for the madness. March Madness is coming to 97.3 ESPN.
All right, wrapping up the 3 o'clock hour. Didn't want to cut Dan too short. He got a lot of interesting points there. As I was telling you guys before, him and I both agree, we don't like UCLA. We don't like Purdue. I probably like Arizona and Gonzaga more than he does. He likes Marquette more than I do. I tend to think Duke is dangerous. Again, one of my favorite things, people always ask me when it comes to the NCAA tournament, about picking winners of the tournament. I hate giving out tournament winners. My favorite thing to do is if you're going to bet, gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. But if you're going to go out there and wager money, I'm a big believer in Final Four picks. Because Final Four, there's still value, and you're not just dropping everything on one option. Football at 4, next.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Picked up by Milton. Milton, lob play. Daniel House with a right-hand throwdown. Oh, man.
It's Sixers Cavs tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff. Learn more, live better.
The typical American sandwich is filled with fatty meats, cheese, and salty condiments on heavy bread, your basic nutritional nightmare. But you can create a healthier sandwich by making a few simple changes. Use whole grain bread or pitas instead of white bread or rolls. If you must use deli meats, choose low-fat, low-sodium versions. Select tuna, chicken, or turkey over ham, salami, or another fatty meat. When possible, use fresh carved chicken or turkey without the skin. Think of meat as the condiment and veggie toppings such as lettuce and tomato as the main filling. Try something different. Instead of cheese or mayonnaise, add slices of grilled vegetables, salsa, or spicy mustard, all low-fat flavor boosters. With a pinch of thought and a dash of creativity, you can build a better sandwich. I'm Robin Stoloff for Health Update.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff, empowering you to live a healthier life.
Attention car buyers. Matt Blatt Kia has 3 questions. Do you have a current vehicle loan or lease? Do you want a low financing rate? Do you want a new ride? If you've answered yes, then stop what you're doing and get to Matt Blatt Kia today. Because if you're currently stuck in a loan or lease, Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released with 0 down and 2.9% financing for 48 months or no payments for 90 days on every 2023 Kia Forte in stock. Have a job clearing $350 per week? Matt Blatt Kia wants to approve you today. So bring any trade to Matt Blatt Kia and drive home in a brand new Kia with peace of mind with Matt Blatt Kia's exclusive 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, not all will qualify. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Expires 3/31/23. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
At the United States Postal Service, we're reinventing our network to help keep your business moving. With new shipping options to deliver better value, greater flexibility to conveniently reach your customers, more confident shipping with new informed delivery features, and new electric vehicles for a cleaner, brighter future. Fast, reliable, perfectly orchestrated. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Learn more at USPS.com/moving forward.
Get ready because Scott's is taking over daylight saving time. It's such a big event that we're calling it day-long saving time. And now it's got real savings. In fact, it's the biggest deals of the year. Audacious? Absolutely. So don't wait. Stock up early and you'll be able to save up to $20 on Scott's Triple Action and Easy Seed products today at the Home Depot and Lowe's. Offers available March 9th through 22nd at select U.S. stores while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See store for exact offers.
Get in on all the action throughout the month of March with Madness Zone at the Gallery Bar Booking Games in Ocean Casino Resort. Take in the college basketball tournament with a panoramic view of all the games, a beverage in your hand, a bet placed on your favorite team, and an atmosphere like no other. Watch, bet, eat, and drink all tournament long at the Gallery Bar Booking Games in Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A good work partner knows what you need before you need it. That's how it feels when you work with Cintas. Your dedicated Cintas service reps get to know your business and have the industry knowledge that can help you prepare for what's ahead. They'll deliver your team's workwear freshly laundered. Make sure your first aid and safety supplies, mats, mops, and towels are stocked when you need them. And your fire extinguishers are inspected and in working order. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. 2023 Aria has limited availability. All-wheel drive expected availability early 2023, subject to change.
Did you know that over 40 years ago, John Jenkins Sr. invented the heated seat that football players sit on? Yes, the Jenkins family created a way for football players to weather the extreme cold on frigid game days. Find out why homeowners and business owners count on Jenkins for the quality, service, and reliability you get from a 3-generation family-run company for plumbing, drain cleaning, and leak repairs. For gas furnace, boiler, or hot water heater replacements, call Jenkins at 609-641-6440 and ask about zero-interest financing. Online at jenkinsandsons.com.
South Jersey's play-by-play home for the Eagles,
Touchdown!
Sixers, and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with 97.3 ESPN.com's Andrew DiCecco.
My first allegiance is what will be best for the Philadelphia Eagles and our fans for the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. It's Football at 4.
We have just crossed the line of demarcation. It is past 4 p.m. Eastern, so the NFL offseason is officially here. All the stuff that's been talked about for the last couple of days can officially become official starting now. And again, to all of what's going on with the Philadelphia Eagles, as well as his thoughts on what has happened so far, how it can impact the Eagles in the draft. And we got some texters who have already been texting in wanting to know Andrew's thoughts on things at 609-403-0973. Yes, it's Andrew DiCecco on a Wednesday. He usually comes on Thursdays on the Sports Bash, but he was kind enough to join us a day early this week because there's no shows tomorrow and Friday because of the NCAA tournament. Andrew, happy NFL New Year. How you doing?
Josh, I'm doing well, my friend. Good to be with you.
Good to be with you. So let's get to the biggest news of the day. Give me your thoughts on Darius Slay, no longer a Philadelphia Eagle, and what do you think that means for the rest of the offseason moving forward?
Yeah, the Eagles just weren't able to make it work. The Eagles and Darius Slay just weren't able to make it work. I thought for sure they would, but obviously Slay wanted an extension, and him being 32 years old, the Eagles just weren't going to comply with that. And I think that they sort of reached an impasse, and they had to make a decision, and they're going to be parting ways. And obviously, not having him there is a substantial loss. I don't need to say what he brings from a leadership standpoint and an experience standpoint. He's still a number one corner. Obviously, his production sort of trailed off or tapered off, I guess you could say, on the second half of the season. But he quietly still was very productive, even though the numbers weren't there, the interceptions. And Obviously, he's very respected around the league, and he's going to continue to play. I think he still has another year or two of high-level production. It's just a shame it wasn't able to work out. Him and James Bradbury had a really good relationship, and he was a really big advocate of Bradbury, and I thought that they were a really good tandem, really cohesive from the get-go. Now, not having Slay there, Bradbury becomes the number one, and now you still need to look at drafting a corner, I would think, with one of their first 2 first-round picks, because you have to get younger there.
Now, you mentioned Bradbury. What does no Slay mean for him? Because he's the one who got the bag yesterday. He's the one getting that solid NFL starting cornerback, all-pro kind of contract. So no Slay, how does that change things for Bradbury and Andrew? How does anything change in the size defense versus last year with Gannon?
Well, it's really going to be interesting because obviously Bradbury had some conversations with Sean Desai before making his decision, so he felt comfortable within the scheme. Obviously, a lot of it is going to be predicated on playing the Bradbury skill set. He doesn't have the long speed. He's an exceptional zone corner, Josh. Really good at reading quarterbacks' eyes, and one of the smartest defensive backs that I've ever had the privilege of covering. So I think that you need to cater to his skill set and run a system that if he's going to be your number one, which right now he is, you have to find a way to accentuate that. And sort of similar to what you saw last season with Gannon, I think you're going to want to see him. He's at his best in zone. You don't want to necessarily match him up in man because when he tended to get, when he does, he gets beat a little bit. I mean, I can remember a play against the Saints with Rashid Shaheed that he beat him down the right sideline there, and I think against the Texans and the Cowboys as well. But all that being said, I think that he is going to be certainly a capable number one. I thought that he was the more consistent player last season between the 2 corners, and I was really impressed with this play. I'm interested to see what he's able to do now as the top corner on this team, and also being a mentor for the young corner that they're inevitably going to have to draft this year. I think that he's a quiet leader. He's not someone that's very vocal, but he is an exceptionally smart player, and I think that he's going to be able to pass along a lot of his tools and some of the nuances and subtleties of his game to the younger players.
We know the Eagles could, in theory, draft a cornerback. So one of the questions that was asked, Andrew, is do you think it's better for the Eagles to draft a corner at 10 or go out and get another veteran to play across from Bradbury?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Josh? You broke up.
One of the listeners texted in asking, should the Eagles go and get a corner at 10 or should they get a free agent to start across from Bradbury?
That's a great question. And my answer to that right now, as we sit on March 15th, is to draft a corner at 10, right? I mean, they're very, they don't have a lot of youthful upside at the position. I do like Zach McPherson. He was a player that I viewed as a sleeper coming out of the draft a couple of seasons ago. Obviously, it hasn't materialized. I think he's an exceptional gunner, one of the best in the league, but they really don't have a young building block there. Looking at the 10 spot, Josh, they're going to have probably the option of picking between 2 blue chip cornerback prospects, and I think they need to strike while the iron's hot because this is a draft that's really brimming with cornerback talent. So that would be the route that I would go.
Now, we had a texter text in earlier that he thinks the Eagles should take Gonzalez from Oregon at 10. So talk to the audience about 3 specific players: Gonzalez, Witherspoon, and Joey Porter Jr. Like compare and contrast so the audience knows who's what.
That's great. So Witherspoon, to me, if I'm going to equate him to an Eagles player that everyone will be well acquainted with, would be Sheldon Brown in his physicality, not his play style. He's a very smart player. He's scrappy. He fights to the end. He's a willing tackler on the perimeter. He's the type of player that I think would really benefit from in a defense that's about attacking because he oozes athleticism and physicality. Now, Gonzalez, to me, is the most technically savvy and proficient out of all the corners in this draft class. 6'1", 197. He's got good length. He's athletic. He moves well. He's very fluid in his back pedal and changing of direction. He competes for the football. And going back to Witherspoon, where Gonzalez, I think, is really good in this area, as being close to 200 pounds. Witherspoon's only about 180, 185 pounds. You would like to see him be able to develop his play strength to really translate, be able to translate and sustain his physicality and level of play at the professional level. That's the only concern that I would have with him there. Gonzalez, I believe, only had 4 interceptions in college, but I don't think that's an indication of what he's able to do. I think he's a ball hawk and a savvy player. Like I said, to me, him and Witherspoon are plug-and-play guys. Joey Porter is more of a rawer prospect, I would say, a ball hawk nonetheless, but I think that and scrappy, and I think sometimes he panics and his technique can get lost a little bit if he feels like he's getting beat. But so I have him trailing those other two just by a little bit. But for me, Witherspoon and Gonzalez, I mean, it's going to come down to what flavor do you prefer, because I think that both if you like vanilla, you like chocolate, you like strawberry, I think both players are going to be day one starters. It's just a matter of how you see them fitting within your system.
Now, with all that being said, who do you think makes the most sense for the Eagles and Sean Desai's system of those three?
Well, based on what we know, which is very limited information of Sean Desai's system, for me, I would say Christian Gonzalez, as far as just being an all-around corner, a technically savvy plug-and-play guy, very refined skill set. I think you could swing for that and be confident that when you bring him in, he's going to be a really nice pairing opposite James Bradbury from day one, which is really what the Eagles need right now if they opt not to. Because, in the past couple of years, Josh, the Eagles have really benefited from the third wave of free agency and grabbing a Steve Nelson and a James Bradbury, but that's not necessarily the recipe for success. You don't want to bank on that every year. So the Eagles desperately need another starter, and I think if you take somebody like Christian Gonzalez, you really set yourself up for almost a sure thing. It's hard to ever say that with definitively, but I like his skill set.
Talk with Andrew DiCecco. Of course, check out all of his coverage of the Eagles and the NFL draft over at InsideTheBirds.com. You can follow Andrew on Twitter at Andrew DiCecco, just his full name on Twitter. Andrew, I want to ask you about Jalen Carter, because a lot of Eagle fans have been hoping and praying that Carter falls to them at 10, and his pro day didn't go very well today. Are you concerned about Carter as a prospect?
Well, there's a lot of things that are going against him right now, but all that said, the proof is in the pudding. And when I assess a prospect, I look at the tape, and the tape tells you what he is and what he's good at, and what he's going to, how he projects at the next level. And to me, some of these testing numbers, I mean, what are you able to produce on the field? The testing numbers are, that's sort of gravy. That's great if they perform well testing, but how many times have we seen players that have subpar testing days, but that doesn't necessarily translate onto the field? They play a lot faster, they play a lot more physical. Now, the question for me would become the off the field concern, because that's a very serious he's facing a very serious situation right now, and that's not something that should be taken lightly. But given all the poking and prodding and bringing and that goes on with all these prospects, I think get some FaceTime with the prospect, ask him these questions, look him in the eye, figure out where he's coming from, have him walk you through the situation, to talk to past coaches, even beyond college, to get is and really do your due diligence, because this is a player who, in most cases would be the number one, the top three, a top three pick. And I think that I think it's hard to foresee him tumbling, but if he does, if you're the Eagles and everything checks out, I think you have, even if he's within striking distance 6 or 7, I think you have to consider moving up for him, because that, to me, defensive tackle and linebacker, could also say safety, that's that's a few of their most problematic areas right now in defense.
Let's flip it over to offense, Andrew. Over at InsideTheBirds.com, you wrote about Rashad Penny. So I want you to do me a favor. I want you to sell me on the audience just on why Penny, who has missed a lot of games over the last few years, is an upgrade in your mind over Miles Sanders, who has been more available than Penny has over the last 3 seasons.
Well, it's a low-risk, high-reward type of signing, and I sort of equated to a number of years ago when the Eagles signed Ryan Matthews, a former first-round pick, who also struggled with injuries, but just a productive player when he's back there, physical. I think that in the case of Rashad Penny, I think that you saw him, be dominant in short spurts, right? He's an explosive player. I think he has some nice acceleration and some juice, good patient vision. He's patient. He has good vision. Contact balance is pretty good. He's a better pass protector, but you worry about the injuries. I mean, he's missed 37 games in 4 years, so that is a concern. That's why he agreed to a modest price tag. But when you look at what the Eagles had from a skill set standpoint, I thought that they really needed to establish a power element on offense. I thought that was sorely lacking, and they were too overly reliant on Jalen Hurts being the short yardage runner. And I thought that when you have someone like a Boston Scott and a Kenny Gainwell, we'll see about Trey Sermon, but they really had a finesse backfield largely, and I thought that they really needed to pack a punch a little bit. Rashad Penny gives them that. He takes a little bit of weight off of Jalen Hurts. Obviously, he's going to handle mostly the early down work. He doesn't factor into the equation much as a pass catcher, just 27 career catches. But I think that I don't view him as this bell cow that's suddenly going to be able to shoulder 18 to 22 carries a game, because I don't know that really lends itself for him being able to be healthy for a 17-game stretch. But I think you could see him, do 12 to 14 a game and complement with work in concert with Kenny Gainwell, maybe a little bit of a smattering of Boston Scott as well. I think that's going to be the way that he'd be best utilized. But I do think he adds a different dimension to the offense. And, he is not the player. He's not going to produce the highlight reels that a Miles Sanders would. But I think that what he brings from a skill set standpoint to the offense, which is already loaded, I think he was a missing dimension that I think is going to serve it well.
We know that he led the NFL back in 2021 in yards per attempt. I think it was 6.3 that season. So is that a fair expectation, is to say, hey, this guy might not get a ton of carries, but when he gets those carries, he's going to put a big number up there?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair to say. That's fair to say, especially with behind this offensive line, Josh. I mean, if he's able to stay healthy, I think that sort of production that he's been able to have in those short spurts, as brief as it may be, I think that's sustainable, especially within this offense. You've seen different running backs, no matter whoever they were putting back there, have a lot of success. Most recently, Kenny Gainwell in the latter stages of the season. I think that offensive line, you put anybody back there essentially, and they're going to look good. And he's just such a patient runner and a between the tackles hammer that I think that his skill set really lends itself to being productive in the system.
Andrew, I want to ask you, staying on the offensive side of the ball, I know it's not a position people get very enamored with, but the backup quarterback is a conversation point. The news came out that the Washington Commanders are going to sign Jacoby Brissett. The Eagles were a team that was interested in Brissett. Where do you think they should go with the backup QB position now with Brissett off the market and the presumption that Minshew is going to go elsewhere?
Well, I mean, the market is quickly drying up. I don't know how many more options Gardner Minshew is going to have. I know he desires to be able to compete for a starting spot, but sometimes that doesn't necessarily work out or play into its favor. I mean, he's going to be an option if the price is right. Marcus Mariota would make a lot of sense, although he looked pretty cooked when in the games that I saw him last year. Maybe he might be a good reclamation project. Has a sort of diversified skill set, much like Jalen Hurts. So having a veteran in the room, I think, would really serve him well as far as, what you're seeing out there, bounce ideas off of each other. I think that would be beneficial. But Mike White was a player that I had pegged as an intriguing option, being the veteran and having a little bit of success in his limited opportunities. I think he started 8 games for the past 2 years, but I think he went to the Dolphins, if I'm not mistaken. Quarterbacks are going. So, I mean, I think your options are going to be limited. I think it could come down to maybe Gardner, or I would consider Marcus Mariota. I would have to think.
I was having a debate with somebody on Twitter, and I want to ask your opinion. I'm a big believer in when you have a quarterback who's under the age of 29 and 30, I like to have a veteran in that QB room. And I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea. Like I remember when Wentz had Josh McCown and Nick Foles and Chase Daniel, he was one guy. As soon as his backup was Jalen Hurts and Nate Sudfeld, he was a different guy. For example, here in Philadelphia, I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea. Not that I don't believe in Jalen Hurts, but if your quarterback room is, let's say, Jalen Hurts, Ian Book, and fill in the blank draft pick, I'm just not that comfortable with that QB room.
Right, and the Eagles do like Ian Book, but and they want to get a long look at him this summer. But as a number 2, that's an enormous leap. Obviously, he does have a little bit of playing experience, but he's a young player. I have the same school of thought as you, Josh, as far as a veteran presence in the quarterback room. I think that's really beneficial. Someone that's seen it all, they're able to maybe they see things a different way than you see it on the field. They're an extension of a coach, essentially. And like I said, just being able to have be able to bounce ideas off, or having seen different systems or faced different coaches or coordinators. Hey, I faced this, at X point in my career. This is how I handled it, or whatever. I think that's enormously beneficial. And that's some of the stuff that Minshew, I talked to Minshew, Hennig, and Book at the Super Bowl, because I was really interested in what their roles were from a preparational standpoint throughout the week in helping Jalen Hurts behind the scenes, because that's not something you often hear about. So it's an interesting dynamic, and I'm in the same school of thought as you. I think that they do need to target a veteran, however that may be, but I think that they need to secure one in free agency.
And before I let you go, now that it's officially official that the Panthers have the number 1 overall pick, if Frank Reich got on the phone and called you, Andrew DiCecco, what are you telling Frank Reich the Panthers should do with the number 1 overall pick?
Well, you got to go quarterback. From what I understand, they really like C.J. Stroud. Bryce Young's a good prospect as well. I think I would go with C.J. Stroud. That would be the pick that I would have. They need to have a sustainable building block for the future at the quarterback position, and I think that moving forward, he offers some intrigue and upside, and someone that they can build around.
There he is. Follow him on Twitter at Andrew DiCecco. Check out all of his coverage of the Eagles and the NFL draft over at InsideTheBirds.com. Andrew, appreciate you jumping on a Wednesday, and I hope you enjoy your weekend. When we talk again soon, it'll be another week closer to the aforementioned NFL draft.
Looking forward to it, man. Take care.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Yes, the news, it's not directly Eagles related, but it did come out just after the new year hit at 4 p.m. Jacoby Brissett, a guy the Eagles were interested in, is going to be with the Commanders. Not a huge surprise. Brissett was a guy who was probably going to go somewhere that he had an opportunity to maybe get some playing time, whether it be like a team with the Cardinals with Kyler Murray coming off an injury, or it be like Washington where Sam Howell is really not probably the best option, but is a option at quarterback. So we did always expect that was an option, right? Again, I take the position, as I was telling Andrew, and I said on Twitter, at Josh Hennig on Twitter, you give me a follow there, that I'm a big believer in veteran quarterbacks. Seems that Andrew agrees with me. I just think that for quarterbacks development, unless you are an older player who's been there, done that a numerous amount of times, I just believe in veteran quarterback in the room. Jalen Hurts is the guy who loves to learn, loves to grow, loves to develop. Give him somebody to bounce things off of. Don't just let him run out there with Ian Book and Max Duggan in the draft from TCU. I don't like rooms full of young quarterbacks. So you know what happens when the 24, 25-year-old quarterback is the veteran and he's only been starting a couple of years in the NFL? You're asking a lot from him. And not that Jalen Hurts can't handle it, but why should you ask him to handle it? You gave Wentz not 1, not 2, but 3 veteran quarterbacks during his tenure. Why don't you do the same for Jalen Hurts? I'm just saying, give Hurts a veteran. And maybe the veteran is Gardner Minshew. You heard Andrew DiCecco mention just there that there's a possibility that Minshew runs out of options and he has to come back to Philadelphia. It's an interesting thing to watch. We haven't seen Minshew signed anywhere yet. He is still kind of hanging out there doing his thing, talking to teams. And now with Brissett going to Washington, Baker Mayfield going down to Tampa, Sam Darnold going to the 49ers, you have to wonder what that means for Minshew. Does he go to Indianapolis, for example? I mean, that's obviously a place he could land. Does he go to Green Bay? If Aaron Rodgers is going to the Jets, does Minshew end up in Green Bay to maybe push Jordan Love? Just a couple thoughts out there. But the Eagles' backup QB is something I'm personally going to be curious about. By the way, the Rashad Penny deal is official with the Eagles. Eagles officially announcing it now that all the Now that we're past 4 o'clock, all the official announcements are coming down the line for different teams. As I mentioned, you have a situation now with the number 1 overall pick is official now. Bears at number 9. How that does it impact the Eagles? We'll keep you updated here on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN.com, 97.3 ESPN mobile app over the coming weeks. All right, as promised, I have a bunch of messages to get to. Your DMs through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle. And, of course, the text board, 609-403-0973. We're going to bang out all your messages coming up next. I'm Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on a Hump Day Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash.
The madness is coming. March Madness begins March 17th on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Scott's Day Lawn Savings Time. Get to the Home Depot and Lowe's for the biggest deal of the year. Offers valid March 9th through 22nd. See store for full details and product selection.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan. It's buyback March at Matt Blatt Nissan. So bring any trade because AJ the Trade Man wants to buy your vehicle today. AJ pays $500 more than CarMax. So you get more dough for your ride and then drive home in any new Nissan, Altima, Rogue, or Pathfinder with 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 interest. Or take $5,000 off MSRP on every new Nissan Titan. And only Matt Blatt Nissan has a 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Have a job clearing $350 per week? We want to approve you today. And AJ wants your trade, but only at MattBlattNissan.com. Rate qualifications exist with approved credit. $27.78 per thousand financed on in-stock 2023 Rogues, Pathfinder, Altima. Not all will qualify. Go to MattBlattNissan.com for complete details or call 844-917-4758. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Doc 589. Sale price $31,774. Expires 3/31/23. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
A good work partner knows what you need before you need it. That's how it feels when you work with Cintas. Your dedicated Cintas service reps get to know your business and have the industry knowledge that can help you prepare for what's ahead. They'll deliver your team's workwear freshly laundered. Make sure your first aid and safety supplies, mats, mops, and towels are stocked when you need them. And your fire extinguishers are inspected and in working order. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
It's time for March Mania, and not just on the courts, but at Calvi Electric too. Now through April 3rd, mention this ad and receive 10% off a full house generator with installation to get you prepared for the upcoming hurricane season. And receive 10% off car charger installation for your electric vehicle when mentioning this ad. For over 110 years, Calvi Electric has been the South Jersey champion for premier electrical commercial work. And now they're bringing all that experience to your home. Visit CalviElectric.com.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
There are so many reasons to get hooked on Church's 8-piece shrimp meal. It's dippable, crunchable, downright irresistible, and it starts at $5.99. The only catch? It's only here for a limited time. Church's Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor.
powered by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Wednesday afternoon, South Jersey Sports Center update being brought to you by Bet365. Download the app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that the Eagles and Darius Slay could not work out a restructured contract, so the 5-time Pro Bowl quarterback will become a free agent. NFL Network's Mike Garafolo reports the Eagles will designate Slay as a post-June 1st release, which means $13 million of his cap hit will go towards the 2024 salary cap. The 76ers are winners of 6 of their last 7 games, and they return to the court tonight when they play the Cavs in Cleveland. Listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins at 7:30. Get more Eagles, Sixers, Phillies, and Flyers on our app. Your forecast is next.
We are the tippy top, we're top insurance. We are the tippy top, we're top insurance.
How much would you pay to make this jingle go away? How about nothing? In fact, you could save money on a better insurance experience without gimmicks. Upgrade to NJM and you could save up to $702 a year on auto insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Get a quote at njm.com. Figure reflects average annual auto insurance premium savings on a national basis for applicants who reported their prior premiums and switched to NJM between 5/31/21 and 5/31/22.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chris Coleman for Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. As that big coastal storm slowly moves further out to sea, our winds will diminish, and we'll have one quiet day before our next chance of rain arrives. Under clear skies tonight, it'll still be breezy with a low of 30. Sunny and warmer tomorrow, a nice day with a high of 55. Clouds roll in for Friday, as does a chance of rain by the afternoon with a high of 60, and that rain ends early Saturday morning. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free app today.
Hi, honey. Happy first day back at work. Can't wait to see you tonight. We are so proud of you.
Daddy, love you.
There are many reasons to start recovery. If you or someone you love is struggling with addiction, we are here to help. Call us. Our trained counselors are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to help. Your recovery is within reach. Call 844-REACH-NJ to learn about medication that can support your recovery. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Hanging out with you on Wednesday. 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Still to come, we'll talk NBA as we do each Wednesday with Keith Smith, NBA insider for Spotrac. And don't forget, it is a Wednesday. Wednesdays on game night. Well, Mike Gill is not here. I host game night 6 o'clock here on 97.3 ESPN. Well, Dave Weinberg, 97.3 ESPN.com, sports columnist. He joins me every Wednesday to talk Eagles and more. We'll get into his thoughts on a plethora of topics coming up at 5:30. All that's still to come on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. As promised, let's get to the text board. 609-403-0973 and your DMs in the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. Cole from LBI texted in earlier about Darius Slay. He said, this is why restructuring deals or backloading deals and older players can come back to bite you. I understand the Eagles had a chance at a Super Bowl, but a $13 million cap hit next season for a player that isn't even on the roster is tough. As from Cole and LBI. Yeah, Cole, listen, I think part of the reason why for a team like the Eagles, it made sense was more than just winning a Super Bowl. It was the fact that when they got Slay, he was one of the best corners in the NFL. And he showed you during his time in Philadelphia, he could still perform at that high level. The problem that happened between when they got him and then them moving on from him, we'll say it for now. Again, I told you guys earlier in the show, there is still an outside chance that Slay comes back next year if he doesn't get the money he wants in free agency. But don't forget, when they acquired Slay, Jim Schwartz was the D coordinator. Then he had 2 years with John Gannon. Then he was going to be going into his age 32 year next season with Sean Desai. So I think part of the issue with Slay is even though he was a Pro Bowler 2 out of the 3 years in Philadelphia, shifting from scheme to scheme to scheme. You know, in Detroit, he had Jim Schwartz, and later he had Matt Patricia, who he didn't get along with. And then he had Schwartz again in Philadelphia. And then he had John Gannon, who, you know, according to reports, at least Gannon got along with all the players. I don't know if he was beloved in the locker room, but a lot of players did respect him. It seems like to me that I think part of the issue with the restructure wasn't his age necessarily, Colin LBI. I think it was because of the fact that the Eagles were trying to get the most out of him for as long as they could. And I think that for them, from what I understand, and again, I wasn't in the meeting room, but according to the reports, the issue is that Slay wanted to stay in Philadelphia, but he still wanted to be paid like he was a top tier corner. And the Eagles didn't want to pay a guy 32, 33, 34 years old that kind of money. Al from Violence says, I think Joey Porter Jr. is going to be good. That's from Al and Violence. Yeah, the Penn State corner. Here's the description that Andrew DiCecco gave about him, that he is more of a raw prospect, but that he has good ball skills and he's scrappy. The problem with Porter Jr. is, Alan Violent, I appreciate you trying me. I don't know if you pick him at 10th overall. I think what Andrew said is more correct. Witherspoon and Gonzalez are the two more premier prospects. Don't forget, a couple of years ago, the Eagles were heavily invested in scouting J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain coming out of college. Both those guys came off the board before they had a chance to make a pick. And that's part of the reason why they went with Devonta Smith. So, you know, this might be a similar situation. If both those guys are available at 10, there's a strong possibility they go get them. If they're not at 10 and Jalen Carter is not at 10, there's a possibility the Eagles trade back if one of those quarterbacks starts dropping. Like most people anticipate that CJ Stroud of Ohio State and Bryce Young of Alabama are going in the top 3 in some capacity. Then it's a question of, is someone going to draft Anthony Richardson? Is someone going to draft Will Levis? And how much those guys drop may choose if the Eagles drop back. And then if the Eagles drop back to, let's say, I mean, I don't have the draft order in front of me. I got to pull it up. But if they drop back and maybe Joey Porter Jr. Drops to them, maybe that's where they would get him. From everything I've read, it seems highly unlikely that they are going to pick Porter at least at 10th overall. Now, let's say the Eagles. All right, I'm gonna get the draft picks right now. You know, what if a team like I don't know about Green Bay. Maybe they would only trade for an offensive lineman. I'm trying to think of a team that would go after a quarterback. Like the Lions currently have the 6th pick and the 18th pick. If the Lions like one of those young quarterbacks, or if Tampa at 19 likes one of those young quarterbacks, they could trade up to Philadelphia, and then Joey Porter Jr. drops there. Maybe that's the way you go. By the way, shout out to everybody who was responding to the guy who kept calling me bro, the anonymous texter earlier. Andrew in Summers Point, Joey D. Inventor, Joey D. asked, how much do you bench, bro? Andrew in Summers Point says that guy calling you bro is ridiculous. Monday Marcus chiming in on the text board says, Josh, listen, man, it's one thing to say we can't pay Hargrave. Okay, let Sanders go. But Slay, what are they thinking? Does Howie have to build this thing? You go on the 2 Super Bowls in 5 years, winning 1. Whoever we bring in will have to work in the system. Yes, 2 first-round picks. Yet you know they are improving in this league. Earlier in the week, we talked about scoring 40 points a game. Yeah, if I remember just a month ago, the Eagles scored over 30 points and the defense couldn't stop a cold in the second half. I'm thoroughly dissatisfied, but it's only day 2 and 3 of free agency, so maybe there is a plan along with the draft. We'll have to wait and see. It's Monday, Marcus. He also follows up. It says that's why you have John McMullen to clarify things. Still hurts to lose Slay. We can only wait and see. Couple things. One, the problem in the Super Bowl, and I've mentioned this on game night multiple times, and I feel it's appropriate to bring up here again, is that I tend to believe that The reason why the defense failed in the Super Bowl was because John Gannon didn't make the right adjustments. To me, I'm a big believer in if I can see something, the guy sitting at the bar can see something, you sitting at home can see something, we all see the same thing, and the coach doesn't see it, I tend to think there's something wrong there. And I think what Andy Reid did in the Super Bowl, and part of the reason why the Eagles are going to be better off with Desai this upcoming season as a D coordinator, is because we saw Andy Reid look at the past Eagles games. Their loss to the Cowboys on Christmas Eve. Their loss to Washington on Monday Night Football. Their close win over the Detroit Lions in Week 1. You saw in all of those games tendencies by the Eagles defense. Andy Reid took all that information and basically dared John Gannon to make an adjustment. He said, I saw what you did in the past. I saw how you were taken advantage of in the past. I'm going to take advantage of you in those environments again. And Gannon and the Eagles D never adjusted. And that's the reason why the defense couldn't, as you said, stop a cold in the Super Bowl. Jeff at EHT wants to know about the Eagles doing their due diligence on Jalen Carter if he slides to 10. Jeff, it's going to be interesting to see. For those who didn't hear the story, Jalen Carter apparently, he had a bad workout. He barely was able to finish some of the drills. He apparently was not in good shape. He was about 9 pounds heavier than he was at the combine. There is definitely some legitimate concerns about this young man. And I don't know if it's just, bad things happen in bunches for him. I don't know what it is. But between the off-field situation, between a bad pro day work, I mean, a pro day is made for you to look good, and they still look not so good. They got to do their due diligence. I think the rest of the NFL is as well. I would just have, if I was talking to Jalen Carter, I would have 2 questions for him myself. My first question would be, Jalen, why did you struggle at your pro day? Like, that would be a huge question to me. I would like to see how he responds to that. I think the second question you have got to ask Jalen Carter is, how are you going to stop racing when you become a pro, when you have all the money and all the time in the world? How he answers those questions, I think, are very important. Joe chimes in on the text board at 609-403-0973, says, what about Matt Ryan for the Eagles backup quarterback? Matt Ryan is an interesting name. I haven't seen any news about what exactly is going on with him. I mean, I know the Colts officially released him and put him out there. I haven't seen anything about Matt Ryan retiring. I think it's a great name to bring up. I think that Matt Ryan, first of all, remember, he's from the area originally, so it would kind of be a homecoming for him. He would be an incredible backup because I think Matt Ryan is the perfect example of a guy maximizing his ability. Matt Ryan never had the greatest arm or the greatest physical ability, but because of hardworking coaching, he maximized his skills to become a league MVP. So people forget about that. Matt Ryan won a league MVP. He was an all-pro, multiple Pro Bowl selections. And when you're somebody who has, I got to double check, but I believe his touchdown to interception ratio is something ridiculous. Yeah, it's 381 to 183. That's almost a 200 difference right there. To me, that would be an amazing backup. If the Eagles walked away with Matt Ryan as the backup QB, I would love that, Joe. That's a great, great, great point right there. All right, that text is a little too long. I gotta get back. Like, I'm running out of real estate here. See if I can squeeze in one more text before we hit the break. I got Jeff and Oshie says, yes, take Iona outright to win in the tournament. Listen, Jeff, I do like them. Like, Dan Neuby, Alexander said in the last hour, cover the 9.5. I got more text to get to. We'll get them a little bit later in the hour. Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Keep your old phone and save with Straight Talk Wireless. Requires a compatible unlock phone and KYOP kit. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
It's buyback March at Matt Blatt Nissan. So bring any trade, because AJ the trade man wants to buy your vehicle today. AJ pays $500 more than CarMax, so you get more dough for your ride, and then drive home in any new Nissan, Altima, Rogue, or Pathfinder with 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 interest. Or take $5,000 off MSRP on every new Nissan Titan. And only Matt Blatt Nissan has a 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Have a job clearing $350 per week? We want to approve you today. And AJ wants your trade, but only at MattBlattNissan.com. Rate qualifications exist with approved credit. $27.78 per thousand financed on in-stock 2023 Rogues, Pathfinder, Altima. Not all will qualify. Go to MattBlattNissan.com for complete details, or call 844-917-4758. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Doc 589. Sale price $31,774. Expires 3/31/23. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Introducing Total by Verizon, a new prepaid wireless provider with no contract plans starting at just $30 a month. With Total by Verizon, you don't have to sacrifice reliability or freedom. Get Total by Verizon and save money every month on America's most reliable 5G network. Most reliable 5G based on most first-place rankings and Root Metrics first half 2022 assessments of 125 metros. Experiences vary, not an endorsement.
Sweetwater Marina and River Deck is back for another new and exciting season. Join them down by the historic Mullica River on Friday, March 31st at 4 for their opening day. Enjoy some new menu items, new drinks, and new bands are lined up for the season. Don't forget about their versatile event space, all maintained by experienced, attentive staff. This venue presents an exceptional setting for a celebration to remember. Sweetwater Marina and River Deck will be nothing short of amazing. Visit sweetwaterriverdeck.com for more information.
What do you mean he went searching for fresher powder? We have full classes today.
Instructor down at Vesper Ski School.
Toward each other to snowplow, honey, not away.
She needs more ski instructors to slalom through the day-to-day.
Pizza, fries. Whoa, Braley, no, pizza.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Mornings were made for better things than rheumatoid arthritis or RA. Xeljanz tofacitinib is a pill for adults with moderate to severe RA when tumor necrosis factor blockers did not work well or could not be tolerated. Xeljanz can help relieve joint pain, swelling, and help stop further joint damage. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections. Don't start if you have one. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and do blood tests. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers including lymphoma and lung, blood clots, serious heart-related events, tears in the stomach or intestines, and allergic reactions have happened. People 50 and older with heart disease risk factors have an increased risk of death. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, are prone to infections, or have ever had a heart attack, stroke, clot, or other heart problems, or swelling of lips, tongue, throat, or hives. Ask your doctor about prescription Xeljanz. Visit Xeljanz.com or call 1-844-XELJANZ.
With GMF financing, qualified buyers excludes Corvette.
It's back! That's right, March Markdown is back at Bennett Chevrolet. And this year, the savings are bigger and better than ever, with huge savings on every vehicle, because we need to move out over 200 of them right now. Believe it or not, Bennett Chevrolet is selling new vehicles at GM supplier employee pricing for everybody. Plus, there's available 0% financing. And Bennett is giving a minimum $10,000 for the worst clunker towards any pre-owned pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least 10 grand for total junk. Just imagine how much Bennett is paying for good trades. And Bennett's non-commissioned sales team is a delight to work with because they're paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Don't miss March markdowns going on now at Bennett Chevrolet, and get your new Chevy at GM supplier employee pricing, 0% available financing, and at least 10 grand for any trade towards any pre-owned in stock. Find new roads at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Get ready, because Scott's is taking over daylight saving time. It's such a big event that we're calling it day-long saving time. And now it's got real savings. In fact, it's the biggest deals of the year. Audacious? Absolutely. So don't wait. Stock up early and you'll be able to save up to $20 on Scott's Triple Action and Easy Seed products today at the Home Depot and Lowe's. Offers available March 9th through 22nd at select U.S. stores while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See store for exact offers.
This hour brought to you by Xfinity.
Everything is changing so fast. Back in my day, we were lucky if we could get one video to load. But now, with the Xfinity 10G network, you can power a house full of devices at once with ultra-low lag. The future starts now. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Get ready for the madness. March Madness is coming to 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash. Wednesday on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We got a busy next 48 hours in sports. Sixers tonight, March Madness Thursday, Friday, games all day long. And you know this is the time of year you got to hook up with JR from WagerPro.com and the WagerPro app. JR, welcome back in the day before the madness all day long tomorrow.
Yeah, man, you are not kidding. We are already in madness mode. I mean, what a game we had. Even last night, you and I were talking about it off air. If that's any indication of what we're going to get out of the tournament itself, it's going to be just great game after great game, excitement after excitement. And look, for my clientele, it's going to be about how much money did we make today, how much did we make on this round, and how much can we make on the next round, because this is score time. This really is go time. Now, look, I'm doing a bankroll builder tonight. I love this matchup between the 76ers and Cavaliers. I'm going to give you this winner. It is absolutely free, no strings attached. You call this number and you're getting this game right now sitting on a 30-second recorded message. Call now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. The point spread winner, Cavaliers, are hosting the 76ers. The Sixers opened up a 1.5-point favorite. The total opened at 219.5. The line has jumped. It's up to 76ers minus 2.5. And the total has really gone up quite a bit. 3 total points up to 222.5. So look, guys, do not pick this game on your own, and let's boost your bankroll. I want to get it ready for what's going to be going down this upcoming weekend in round 1 and round 2 of the NCAA tournament. Plus, we've got NBA going in full absolute blown mode right now. Well, I'm telling you, we're cleaning up. And I want to get you in not only to build up your bankroll, but guys, to make the best score of the year. Right now is the time. If I had to pick one week that you should sign up with us to see what we can do, it is this week. And you can get in right now. Here's what we're doing. $99. We'll give you everything we do all the way through round 4. So you sign up for $99 today. We're going to give you all the way through next Sunday, not this upcoming Sunday, the following Sunday for that $99. We're not in this to make $99 off you guys. We want to make you a ton of money and make you a client for years to come. We're looking for productive relationships. Call now. Get the first one on the house. Silver platter NBA winner tonight. Cavaliers 76ers sitting right now for free on my 30-second message. 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733.
Now, JR, before we get anywhere else, let's help the audience learn a little bit of something, because when you talk about things like building the bankroll, managing the bankroll, for the regular listener, they might be like, what on earth are you talking about, JR? Explain to them how your approach is different, because you're approaching this as almost like an investor when it comes to sports betting.
I definitely look at this through the lens of a businessman. I am looking to treat this like a business, even though for most it is not a full-fledged business. It's something they do on the side. But you should still look at it through the lens of a businessman if you want success. What that means is when you go into every night and you pick out the couple of games that you like, if you're putting 20, 30, 40% of your bankroll into play, even if it's split up on individual games all over the board, you're putting way too much at risk. You should be only using a portion. Come up with a percentage that you're comfortable with. Come up with a bankroll first that you're comfortable with, and then start using pieces of it. So this way, if you have a bad day or two, it doesn't wreck you. You're not down so much where you're playing from behind and you always feel like you're playing catch up. You don't want that. So you got to manage your money. You need a plan of attack. As an expert in the field, not only do we bring to the table the best money management, but guys, the best information on the planet. So we're breaking down these games down to intricate points of data, get right into the intel that we're able to gather. And on top of it, you add this money management and the strategy skill set that my guys have, including myself. I'm telling you, it is a recipe for success. And, it all starts with that first call at 800-499-3733. But before we go further, do we have time to give him a quick free pick on air? I want to give him
absolutely. Yeah, let's give it to him, JR.
Well, you got the Celtics on the road tonight, taking on the Timberwolves. The public are pounding on the Celtics. I don't need to tell you that. The line has already gone up from 4 to 5. I'm telling you now, this is going to be a much closer game than most people expect. T-Wolves are going to hang in there. If they don't win this game outright, they're definitely covering the 5 points. That's your free pick. Lock in the Timberwolves. But guys, big information on your team tonight, whether or not they're going to cover that 2.5 on the road at Cleveland. I'll give it to you for free. And I'm looking for good long-term production out of all of our clients. If you're serious, sign up for the 99. If not, at least get the free pick. Call now. It's on the recording at 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733.
Another busy time of year for JR. Folks at wagerpro.com, the Wager Pro app. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, the NCAA tournament starts tomorrow, but the Sixers game is nice. Make sure you give JR a call for the Sixers tipping off at 7:30. You can hear the game here on 97.3 ESPN. And then March Madness Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 12 p.m. to midnight. Got you covered all day long here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Coming up on the other side, we'll talk NBA with NBA insider Keith Smith here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Wednesday on 97.3 ESPN.
Here's what you missed on Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
What's your go-to on the pancake? Plain, strawberry, banana?
I'm more of a regular. I'm more of a regular short stack. I might flirt with like a banana pancake, strawberry pancakes every once in a while.
I think that might be too sweet. Blueberry pancakes is probably the
blueberry guy?
Yeah, I'm a blueberry guy because the bananas are always too sweet for some reason. And then strawberries fine, but the blueberries, when they're in the cake, not just on top, fire. Pancakes is fire, man.
I got a pancake. Give me a short stack alone. I don't need anything else.
And I'm a ham steak guy opposed to a bacon because the bacon at IHOP is like
a little undercooked something.
Oh, it's paper thin. It's just
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. Weekday mornings at 6 on 97.3 ESPN. Brought to you by
Ocean Casino Resort. Get your game on at the Gallery Bar Booking Games in Ocean Casino Resort. Visit theoceanac.com.
Attention car buyers. Matt Blatt Kia has 3 questions. Do you have a current vehicle loan or lease? Yes. Do you want a low financing rate? Yes. Do you want a new ride? Yes. If you've answered yes, then stop what you're doing and get to Matt Blatt Kia today. Because if you're currently stuck in a loan or lease, Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released with 0 down and 2.9% financing for 48 months or no payments for 90 days on every 2023 Kia Forte in stock. Have a job clearing $350 per week? Matt Blatt Kia wants to approve you today. So bring any trade to Matt Blatt Kia and drive home in a brand new Kia with peace of mind with Matt Blatt Kia's exclusive 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, not all will qualify. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Expires 3/31/23. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month. a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-434-3366. That's 1-800-434-3366. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-434-3366. That's 1-800-434-3366.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
The Bet365 Bracket Challenge is here. It's free to play for your chance to win up to $10 million. Predict the winner of every game of the tournament this March, from round 1 to the championship. The best bracket wins up to $100,000, but the perfect bracket wins up to $10 million. Join in by March 16th to play the Bet365 Bracket Challenge. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 plus. No purchase necessary. See full terms and conditions at bet365.com.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale is on with limited quantity deals on top tech. Save on select PCs powered by the latest 12th gen Intel Core processors like thin and light XPS 13 laptops, Inspiron laptops, and 2-in-1s. Plus, get savings on select accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
We are here with Dr. Scott Hernberg, Medical Director and founder of Tomorrow's Wellness Center in Northfield, one of our 97.3 ESPN industry aces. Dr. Hernberg, tell us about Tomorrow's Wellness Center.
We offer the most advanced technology and evidence-based practices in a holistic and integrative manner to provide optimal health and wellness. We strive passionately to make folks look and feel their best.
You treat ED. How common is ED?
Erectile dysfunction is a very common disorder, particularly as men begin to age. Typically, about 40% of men experience some form of erectile dysfunction.
And what does Tomorrow's Wellness Center do for ED?
We use a protocol called the Gainswave therapy. What this therapy involves is low-intensity shock waves that are essentially sound waves. It's natural, essentially painless procedure used to improve the blood flow as well as to improve the sensitivity. Scott Hernberg from
Tomorrow's Wellness Center in Northfield. You can find out more at tomorrowswellnesscenter.com.
With all the sports we have, every time of the year is the best time of the year.
And the crowd with excitement
on 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Welcome into the 5 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig hanging out with you for one more hour today on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile hour by First Bank of Sea Isle. Take a little break from the NFL, catch a breath, take a step back. Sixers are back in action tonight. You hear the game right here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app for all your Sixers coverage. Every Wednesday, we are joined by Keith Smith. Of course, covers the NBA. Of course, we're Spotrac at Keith Smith NBA on Twitter, as the Sixers are now embarking on another, I'll call it perilous road trip. Keith, welcome back in. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Before we get to the Sixers, can you explain to the audience the Ja Morant situation? Because I think some people might be confused about how he's getting suspended, but he already served X number of games under the league policy. So just kind of give some clarity on the Ja Morant situation with Memphis.
Yeah, so with the NBA, basically for conduct detrimental to the game and to the league, they're suspending him for 8 games. he has been out for 6 games already as he was seeking treatment. He basically took that upon himself. So it's almost like credit for time served, I guess, is the best way to think about it in this situation. So what they're basically doing is saying, all right, 8 games is what you're going to be suspended for, but the 6 games you've already missed since you left the team when this all started happening, we're going to count that. So you're going to be able to basically be, out for only 2 more games suspension-wise. But there's no expectation he will return in the next couple games. He probably will be out for at least a handful more games to go. No one thinks he's going to return, as soon as the suspension portion is over.
So what does that mean for Memphis then? Because obviously before all of this went down with John Moran and the gun on the video and everything, and then him apparently going to seek therapy, the Grizzlies were considered one of the favorites in the West. What are they moving forward then?
Yeah, they went through a little bit of a blip when he was first out. They had some struggles and had lost some games, and they hadn't been playing even as strong when he was still in. So that was kind of twofold there. But then they've kind of righted the ship here. They've played better in the last week or so and are starting to turn things around a little bit. So what we're going to see now is he will get back. That will come, and then when they get everything back going, we'll see how that looks together. For all of them again, is it enough that he's back and they get Steven Adams back in the lineup eventually here before the regular season ends? And, can they get back to being a team that looks like they might be a contender in the postseason? So we'll see what that looks like. For this point right now, it's a little tough to fully buy into the Grizzlies, but I will say it's a Western Conference where nobody has really stood out and separated themselves at all, especially now that the Denver Nuggets are kind of have come back to the pack a little bit.
I'm glad you mentioned that because maybe it's hopeful for people in this area, Keith, but is there legitimacy to the idea that the Nuggets struggles and Embiid's hot play recently could potentially vault him back to that MVP candidacy?
I think there's a great chance that that's how it goes down. I think we're in a position where, as we look at the Sixers, they're playing great right now. They're climbing up. They may get to the 2 seed in the East. We'll see if they can run Boston down from behind. I don't think them, and quite frankly, I don't think the Celtics either are going to end up catching the Bucks for the 1 seed. But I think the Nuggets coming back to the pack. Jokic still playing great, don't get me wrong, but has leveled off just a little bit. But Embiid playing so well, and the team being where they're at, I think there's a real chance we see we end up seeing Joel Embiid come away with the MVP. It's a lot of that's going to be they got to keep winning games, right? As long as they keep winning games and he keeps playing well, I do think there's a chance he's finally going to get that MVP award.
Keith, a lot of people didn't expect them, myself included. Nobody really expected them to win 4 out of 5 games on that last gauntlet road trip. Now they're on another ridiculous stretch where it's like they go away for these 3 games and they come back for 1 game, which I don't understand whose idea this was, honestly. I mean, I feel like somebody in the league office, Keith, doesn't like the Sixers because this schedule stretch is ridiculous. At Cleveland, at Charlotte, at Indiana, back home against the Bulls, then to Chicago, to Golden State, and Phoenix on back-to-back nights. Oh, and by the way, on Monday, you deal with Denver. I mean, this stretch of games is going to be like survival of the fittest here.
Yeah, it really is. And it's going to be something where we're going to find out, I'm not trying to suggest by any means that the Sixers aren't for real, but we're going to find out here in the next little bit how for real they are. Because what we're going to see is them playing against, really, in that group you mentioned, there's only 1, maybe 2 bad teams in that whole stretch. Everybody else is a playoff team or close to a playoff team. So I think what we're going to see is, what are they made of? How are they going to make it? What's that going to look like, going forward? So I think we're really in a position watching this stretch here for Philly is, all right, are they going to get there? Are they going to make it to, through this stretch, still in the running for the 2 seed? And if they do, then are we going to look at it and say, all right, they might be a real, for real finals contender versus a team that, they're a nice team, but maybe if a break goes their way, they get through to the finals. Otherwise, they're for real, and we can believe in them going forward.
What part of the road trip do you think is going to be the most concerning, or the thing you're going to watch out the most? Is it going to be the back-to-back weeks of back-to-back Friday and Saturdays? Is it the Warriors, Suns, Nuggets stretch? Like, what on that schedule are you going to be watching the most closely?
Yeah, it's twofold. It's the back-to-backs are always tricky because, they've got some older players, whether it be James Harden, whether it's PJ Tucker, no matter who it is, like you've kind of get that going on. And then you're in a position where you've got the, you've kind of got the part where you don't want to put too many miles on Joel Embiid. You don't want to force him to be doing too much right away and things like that. So that part becomes a little tricky. Then I think the other part, though, is, Warriors, Suns, Nuggets, that stretch is a bunch of teams that are really tough. And the Warriors and Suns, they're fighting for positioning in the Western Conference. They're trying to make sure they get into that top 6 and stay in that top 6. And then the Nuggets have been a very good team, and you kind of could see that potentially being the game where those two teams get into a spot where it turns into, all right, well, you know what? This is our kind of last chance to, all right, Jokic can prove his case for the MVP, and we're at home, and they handled us a few weeks ago, in Philadelphia. So we want a little bit of revenge. We'll see how that all comes together.
Talking with Keith Smith, covers the NBA for Spotrac. You can follow him on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA. Keith, you mentioned a moment ago about the Eastern Conference standings. Well, tonight the Sixers are playing the Cavs, and a lot of people feel like the Cavs, they're not the Celtics, they're not the Bucks, but they're kind of right there on the edge. What do the Cavs present for a team going into the playoffs that maybe might be a problem for one of the top 3?
Their size is really good, and it's not just the Jared Allen size where you want to have, a guy like him going against Embiid, kind of trying to hold down the middle against Giannis. But then it's that secondary size, right? It's that they can then, after him, you've got to deal with Evan Mobley kind of coming as the weak side help guy. Those on defense, that's really tough. That's a big part of, how they key and build their defense. Then I would say the next thing is Garland and Mitchell are a handful, and you'll have teams that can kind of come together and can get into a position where, all right, let's get, a little bit of, we could cover one of them, but covering them both, that gets really tricky. So that's going to be the interesting and kind of fun thing to check out and watch here is, how does all that come together over the next little bit? Because you're in a position where this team is going to be making their first run through the playoffs. It's not a group that is really been there, done that. They're going to have to do that. So that's a whole new thing for them as well. So there's a couple different things to keep an eye on, but they're going to be a tough out for sure.
What team do the Sixers, in your mind, match up with the best, and what team they match up with the worst coming down the line here?
Well, that's a good question. Without getting too deep into, the Bulls or the Wizards, if they make it through, because I think they'd, very easily handle one of those teams. I think if you're talking more difficult first round matchups or second round, I know they've had trouble with them in the past, but I think they can get through Miami this year. I think they've got kind of the right guys to really handle the Heat. And I think that part is really important for them, where I think you're in a position where it is how you can play against that team. Their strengths are just better now than they were before. So I think we're in a spot where we could really see them do pretty well against Miami. I think, the best teams, Boston, Milwaukee, they're going to have a hard time, with them like they have, kind of traditionally. But I do think they have a chance to get through those guys for sure.
Keith, when you look at the Eastern Conference overall, I think a lot of people, they keep talking about the Bucks and the Celtics and the Sixers, but how interesting is it to you knowing that last year the Celtics, they got hot in January, right? And they carried that down the playoffs. Who's the team that you think is getting hot at the right time that can carry that momentum into the postseason?
Yeah, it's tough. Part of me wants to say Philly, but is it too early? Right? Is it kind of coming right now? I think they're on a 5-game win streak, I believe it is. Is that, coming a little bit too early? I don't necessarily think it is. I think there is still, work to be done for them, and I think they'll be okay. So I think you are kind of in that position of, all right, where are we at? So I think Philly, Milwaukee, obviously, they've been absolutely dominant over the last, month and a half, almost 2-month stretch now. So they are really looking pretty solid. And those are things you can carry through with you if you can keep them going. That's obviously the key, right? You got to keep it going. It can't just be, we're winning now. You got to keep doing it the whole way through.
Keith, let's flip it over to the Western Conference because, for a lot of our listeners, listen, we're in the Philadelphia, New York area. We're not watching a gazillion late night games. A lot of our audiences. Talk to everyone about what is going on in the West, because the average person sees that it's Nuggets, Grizzlies, Kings, Suns, Warriors, Clippers are the top 6, but that's not an equal top 6, right? That's not that's not all things being equal just because there's only several games separating them.
Yeah, it's a weird West this year where you kind of are, all right, Denver's been really good, and they are really good at the top of the conference. And I know they're in a rough patch right now, but we're still going to believe in them all the way through. Then you look at from there, if you get into, all right, where are we going with the rest, right? Well, what do some of these other guys look like? And as you start looking, the Clippers are a hard team to kind of come off of, right? Because it's been, wow, they've been so good. And I don't want to, go off of the Clippers because they're, kind of in a spot where the talent is so deep. Then the Suns have a little bit of that history, right? Where it is the Suns have that kind of, buy-in, and they've got Kevin Durant now. And then the Warriors, they're the champ. So, you're not going to give up on the Warriors necessarily either. So you're kind of in a spot where as you start looking at these teams, it's like, man, there's reasons to like all of them, and then there's a lot of reasons where you're like, I don't know about those guys. And then, of course, Memphis, we already talked about what they're going through. And then Sacramento are they good or are they a fun regular season team? What kind of are the Kings? Are we going to buy into this all the way through?
My big thing with the West, Keith, I talk to people about this, is that, to me, the Suns are like the Nets a few years ago. Like, you keep saying, if they're healthy, if it all comes together, if. And listen, I know there's a huge difference between Kyrie and CP3 and James Harden and Devin Booker, but the commonality is Kevin Durant. And I think for a lot of basketball fans, seeing Durant basically bang up his ankle on a free throw against basically air, makes you kind of wonder, what are the Suns moving forward? Yeah,
there is definitely some of that. Now, I think one of the things you can point to, right, if you're a Suns fan or you're a believer in the Suns is, well, they did it 2 years ago, right? They were in the finals with a, different group, but they were there. So, I think you can definitely believe in that. Then I think if you are, if you're not necessarily wanting to believe in the Suns, what you do is you start to turn and you look and you're like, all the things you mentioned is, is Kevin Durant going to be healthy? And that's definitely a fair question to ask about him at this point in his career is, are you going to be able to get 2-3 more months out of him in the season to make the run you really want to make? And that's a, unfortunate question that we're still asking at this point in his career, but it's definitely true. Where we are at a point where, I don't know if he is going to make it, 2 or 3 more months, and they absolutely need him to, because if he doesn't, they're certainly not going to be, what we all think they could be, which is title contenders.
Whose banged up superstar is more of a concern for their team? Is it Luka with the Mavs or LeBron with the Lakers?
Wow. I would say probably actually Luka with the Mavs, because I think we're in a position with LeBron with the Lakers. We're just trying to, can they even get there, right? Like that's still a question for them. And that should be a question for the Mavs now. But I think there was just a little bit more belief in the Mavs. But that Mavs team, without Luka, without Kyrie, they're awful Where the Lakers, they're finding a way because mostly they still have Anthony Davis. So you still kind of got that you're working through. So you're in a position now where it is, if they don't get LeBron back, all right, we've kind of seen it sort of work without him. The Mavs without Luka, we've never seen that look good.
When you think about the Western Conference, then I'm going to ask you similar questions for the Eastern Conference. What's the team that's not at the top of the standings right now that can make some noise in the playoffs?
Yeah, it's probably one of those teams I listed: Phoenix, the Clippers, the Warriors. I think one of those teams, is still, even though a little bit further down in the standings. I think those are all teams that we all have some trust and some faith in that. Yeah, they can probably still make something happen if they really need to. At some point, before this season's over. So, yeah, I think that's definitely true. Where we're seeing that's what it looks like for those guys. I think those are all teams I would definitely point to for sure. And then I don't want to completely say the Lakers and the Mavericks are out, but I think I feel more confident in that just because I don't know that we see those teams make any kind of run this season.
Keith, one more before I let you go. I want to ask you, for those out there, didn't hear it, Dame Lillard gave a pretty long, I don't want to call it a diatribe, but he was pretty emphatic, Keith, about how he feels a lot of guys don't play for the love of the game. And, he feels I want to play basketball. I love basketball. I love being here. And he basically implied that a lot of guys in the league on the JJ Redick podcast, they don't love the game as much as he does. What were your takeaways from what Lillard says, and how do you think that relates to the league as a whole?
Yeah, it's tough because I don't know that he was necessarily really right with the things he said. As far as, a lot of guys don't feel that way. I don't think that that's true. I think we would find there are a lot more guys that do love it than there are guys who don't love it. So I think that is that is a little probably off. But I think in general, there is a spot where what we would do is we would look at it and say, all right, it is, in a position where there are definitely some guys. And I think for him, what he gets most frustrated with is it's continually said to him hey, you need to leave Portland, if you want to do this. And I think he's very much under the mindset and belief of, I don't need to leave. Like I can stay here, right? I can do this. I can win here. I can keep going here and keep kind of, doing my thing. So I think that is a spot where it is, for him, that ends up frustrating him, where it's I'm playing for things beyond just, I need to win a championship. And I think for him, that's where he makes that point of, hey, playing for the love of the game is enough for me. And I think it's almost would you stop asking me about this already?
Right. Well, it's weird because, as a sports fandom, we've created this narrative where if a guy doesn't win a championship, we treat him like he's a lesser person. I've heard people suggest that, hey, guys don't want to be the next Charles Barkley. And I always think, well, Charles Barkley has made more money as an analyst after his playing career than he has as a player. So, being Charles Barkley isn't really the worst thing in the world. And this idea that guys don't win championships, they're bums or they're losers. Keith, it's still a team game. If LeBron doesn't block that Andre Iguodala shot up the glass, do the Cavs beat the Warriors in the NBA Finals? And then what is the narrative about LeBron? I feel like we forget that, hey, it's great that we're saying guys won championships, but, let's be realistic. Guys like Jordan and Magic and Bird, they're once in a lifetime dudes.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I made this point with Kevin Durant when he took all that criticism for trying to go win a championship. And he's signing with the Warriors. The thing I said is, when we talk about whether it be John Stockton or we talk about, Karl Malone or Charles Barkley, or even, if we flip it to football, I know it's Dan Marino, it's always, they're an all-time great, but they never won a championship. I never fault the guy for doing what they have to do if the idea behind it is removing the everything past that comma. They just want to be an all-time great, and if people are like, well, to be an all-time great, you have to win a title. Well, then that is what it is, right? And I'm not gonna beat up on these guys for that. So that's where I think, it does go a little too far sometimes, where we get some people, hammer these guys because, it's like their whole career meant nothing because they didn't win a title. And we know that's absolutely not, how this works. Only one team can win. And to your point, it takes more than just the one guy to do it.
I always tell people, if Allen Iverson played in today's game instead of the era where he got his rear knocked on the floor every night, you could argue Iverson is probably better than a lot of these guys playing today. Larry Bird had modern medicine, and hired somebody to pave his mom's driveway. How different his career would be. I feel like we lose context of who these guys are in today's game versus what has happened.
Yeah, no, that is definitely true. We definitely have hit a point where it is, into, these teams are, we hit it where it is, or with these players rather, where it is, you get into a sense of like, what are these guys today? And it comes up in the whole load management conversation of, this, and you look at it now and it's like, had LeBron James started his career 20 years earlier in the early 1980s instead of the early 2000s, he would not have played 20 years. There's just no way. It wouldn't have happened because things that we now know, you need to take a week off, you need to rest. They do that now. They take the week off to get it right versus, throw an extra layer of tape on, tighten the sneaker a little tighter, and get out there. Like those are the things that I think get missed in the whole load management discussion because it's thrown out as like, load management isn't a good thing, when in reality, no, it's probably not the best thing in the world for the look of the way the game is and all those things, but it's also not like, let's not make it out like it's the worst thing that's ever happened either.
He's Keith Smith. Give him a follow on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA for all of his coverage. He joins us each Wednesday to talk basketball here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Keith, appreciate you jumping on the show today. We'll talk soon.
Thanks for having me.
Keith Smith joins us every Wednesday. Of course, I don't usually talk to Keith on the air. It's usually Mike Gill talking, but today we got to cover a live ground here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up next, it's a Weinberg Wednesday. Dave Weinberg joins me about an hour earlier than he usually does here on 97.3. Josh Hennig hanging out with you on a Hump Day Wednesday, filling in for Mike Gill.
Are you ready for the madness? 1 second. March Madness, starting March 17th, only on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Scott's Day Lawn Savings Time. Get to the Home Depot and Lowe's for the biggest deal of the year. Offers valid March 9th through 22nd. See store for full details and product selection.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think, in Egg Harbor Township. Shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
What do you mean he went searching for fresher powder? We have full classes today.
Instructor down at Vesper Ski School.
Toward each other to snowplow, honey, not away.
She needs more ski instructors to slalom through the day-to-day.
Pizza, fries. Whoa, Braley, no, pizza.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin, ultra soft on the potty. This is more, so roll it back, everybody. Charmin's irresistibly soft and hella nice. Our cream is always soft. It's our party vibe. Everybody wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Why would someone looking for a mortgage at the Jersey Shore take a loan from a company in Detroit or North Carolina or some other far-off place? Online mortgages promise a lot, but don't always deliver. First Bank of Sea Isle City knows the Jersey Shore. We are local lenders. We use local appraisers and provide in-house processing. We understand the unique obstacles of financing in Cape May County. Don't take a chance. Local banking is better. Let us guide you. First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Searching for fun ways to spend your tax return? Boats for cats. Oh, flotation devices for cats. Don't waste it all on something silly. Spend smarter with Straight Talk. Get our Silver Unlimited plan for $45 a month with unlimited high-speed data and with nationwide 5G. Plus, get a Samsung A13 5G for only $99.99, down from $149. If you're looking to get the most out of your refund, your search ends here. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
And now a special motorcycle weather report from Progressive. And today, expect mostly sunny conditions with a high on life that can only come from cruising down the road on two wheels. Kids will wave, dogs will bark, and cyclists in padded shorts will instantly regret their chosen mode of transportation. Whereas you, on the other hand, will look super duper cool. Back to you in the studio. This has been a special motorcycle weather report from Progressive, where every day's a beautiful day to ride with coverage from America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Get a quote today and see what you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Powered by the all-new BetParks New Jersey Casino and Sportsbook app. BetParks.com. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Wednesday afternoon, South Jersey Sports Center update being brought to you by Bet365. Download the app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that the Eagles and Darius Slay could not work out a restructured contract, so the 5-time Pro Bowl quarterback will become a free agent. NFL Network's Mike Garafolo reports the Eagles will designate Slay as a post-June 1st release, which means $13 million of his cap hit will go towards the 2024 salary cap. The 76ers are winners of 6 of their last 7 games, and they return to the court tonight when they play the Cavs in Cleveland. Listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins at 7:30. Get more Eagles, Sixers, Phillies, and Flyers on our app. Your forecast is next.
Bet365 is giving you more this March with a mega $365 in bonus bets. Simply sign up, bet $1, and unlock your $365 in bonus bets. Check out our Bet Boost, offered across every game of the college basketball tournament throughout March. Sign up today, bet $1 and get $365 in bonus bets, and make your March mega with Bet365. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. Must be 21 plus and physically located in New Jersey.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, Coleman for Chief Meteorologist Dan Zell. As the coastal storm slowly moves further out to sea, our winds will diminish, and we'll have one quiet day before our next chance of rain arrives. Under clear skies tonight, it'll still be breezy with a low of 30. Sunny and warmer tomorrow, a nice day with a high of 55. Clouds roll in for Friday, as does a chance of rain by the afternoon with a high of 60, and that rain ends early Saturday morning. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free app today.
This hour brought to you by Xfinity.
Everything is changing so fast. Back in my day, we were lucky if we could get one video to load. But now, with the Xfinity 10G network, you can power a house full of devices at once with ultra-low lag. The future starts now. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank. Yes, I will get back to your text a little bit later this hour at 609-403-0973. Mike Gill Marmora, I see your message and more, but right now, it wouldn't be a Wednesday if I didn't talk to Dave Weinberg, because for those who don't know, every Wednesday, Dave and I talk. He writes about everything from the Eagles and more over at 97.3 ESPN.com. And so I said, well, Dave, do you mind coming on an hour earlier? And he said yes. And here he is, not playing golf, talking to me here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Dave, welcome in. How you doing today?
Doing well, Josh. How are you? A little wind blown, but other than that, I'm okay.
A little wind blown. Well, it is. That wind is pretty cutting today.
Man,
I will admit that.
The last 2 days have just been brutal. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, for those who weren't aware, we've apparently been under a wind advisory for a couple of days now. So read into that what you will, but
Hopefully it'll ease up tomorrow. Get back on the golf course finally.
yeah, exactly. That's all Dave cares about. He's not worried about daylight savings time. He's worried about the golf course.
Absolutely right.
So, Dave, let me get your thoughts on the latest Eagles news. Obviously, Darius Slay out, James Bradbury stays. What is your take on the Eagles cornerback situation?
I think they're in pretty good shape, honestly. I mean, I think Bradbury's a little younger and, quite frankly, had the better year than Darius did. I mean, Darius evidently isn't willing to restructure his contract. So if you're not willing to meet the team halfway or whatever, then have fun at your next stop, And now they got that number 10 overall pick. There's two big corners there waiting for him with Christian Gonzalez and Devin Witherspoon. So I think one of those guys would be a nice replacement for Darius and pair him with Bradbury. And maybe if they re-sign CJ, I think the secondary would be in decent shape.
Dave, I was saying earlier today, I said it yesterday as well. We've seen a lot of guys around the league restructure their deals. Like Tyreek Hill restructured his entire deal. Josh Allen in Buffalo, Dak Prescott in Dallas. All these guys are restructured. I feel like every team had a guy restructure a deal. I mean, even the punter in Carolina, Hecker, restructured his deal, for goodness sake. It's like, what was the issue between Slay and the Eagles that they just couldn't compromise something?
Well, and don't forget the Eagles had some people restructured deals too. Jake Elliott, the kicker,
Yep.
Lane Johnson, I believe, probably Brandon Graham as well. I don't know, but not being privy to the exact details, but it sounded like Darius wanted 3 years guaranteed, and at 32 years old, they'd be ridiculous to give him that kind of money. And it's kind of interesting. I mean, in the Eagles case, at least, it seems like the longer you've been there, the more you kind of appreciate it. I don't know that Darius has been there long enough to be really be considered like a true Eagle, where I can't fault anybody for going where the money is. I mean, you only have so many years in this league, so you want to make what you can get. But I just don't know. I mean, I can't speak for him, but I just don't know that he has the same sort of attitude towards the Eagles than some of the veterans like Lane Johnson and Jake Elliott, and guys who have been there 6-7 years.
Speaking of guys who have been here a while, you mentioned Brandon Graham. Obviously, he and Jason Kelsey are back. It's been suggested by a lot of people that the Eagles are probably going to go a little younger for the next couple of years. So how important is it going to be to have those veterans in the locker room? You've been in a lot of Eagle locker rooms over your years of covering the Eagles. So you've seen the difference between a locker room with leadership and a locker room without leadership.
Yeah, that's I kind of wrote about that earlier this week. Yeah, it's you do want to get younger. Obviously, you want to retool and rebuild and reload, what have you. But you do need that core leadership to help you guide you through the rough waters. And Brandon and Jason have both been through that several times, and they can be so invaluable in the locker room, Josh. I mean, in addition to being top players on the field still, their veteran presence in the locker room is just invaluable. And I think the Eagles made a great move by retaining those guys.
Now, guys who have left already: Javon Hargrave, TJ Edwards, Marcus Epps, just to name a few. I mean, those are the most recognizable. I mean, most of us thought Dillard was leaving. Like, I don't think anybody really thought Dillard was staying. Who of the guys who have left would you have liked to seen the Eagles find a way to keep?
Well, I don't think Hargrave was possible. I just think he commanded too much money that he got from San Francisco. I don't think that was realistic. I do think they probably should have made a little bit of an effort to retain TJ Edwards. I know some people were kind of like willing to overlook him, then the Kobe Dean's ready to step in and all that, but I thought he was fantastic. I really did. I mean, I thought he was the general of that defense. Led the team in tackles by far. Probably one of the league leaders, if I'm not mistaken. And just, calling the defensive signals for the front seven. I just thought he matured and grew into one of the top inside linebackers in the NFL. And I understand him probably wanted to go home. He lives close to Chicago, so there's that factor. But if I were the Eagles, I think I would have done it. And it didn't sound like he broke the bank or anything. I think I would have tried and keep him if I could.
Your thoughts on the Eagles replacing Miles Sanders with Rashad Penny?
Pretty optimistic. I mean, I know Rashad's been bothered by injuries, but when he's healthy, I think he's a dynamic football player. They needed one of those break it between the tackles, physical runners, and he definitely is that. Plus, I think he gives them a little bit more in the passing game. I think I read the stats where Miles had 78 receiving yards this year. Gainwell probably took some of those away, but I think if you can get a guy who can stay on the field for 3 downs, the better you're going to be better off. And I think Penny gives that possibility anyway.
Which NFC East edition do you think is going to have a bigger impact on the upcoming season? Is it Darren Waller to the Giants or Stephon Gilmore to the Cowboys?
That's a tough one because I think Waller gives Daniel Jones another. He's a tight end, correct? Yeah. It gives him another big target. I think Jones. I've always been a Daniel Jones guy. I don't know. I'm probably one of the vast minority, but I think he's way better than what people give him credit for. And you surround him with some weapons, I think you're really going to have an offense that can put some points on the board. Though I don't know that Gilmore is any. I don't know if he's still an elite corner, but the Cowboys desperately needed help on defense, and so he does give them that. I mean, if he can be, 80% of what he was, I think that's a big upgrade. That's a really tough call. I guess I'd go Gilmore. I just think the Cowboys probably needed the help more than the Giants did. I don't know. That's a close one though. What do you think?
I personally go with Gilmore because Waller's only played 20 games the last 2 years.
Yeah, that's true
so
too. Yeah.
To me, a guy like that, it's very boomer bust. Whereas Gilmore, listen, he's not elite anymore, but he's still better than 80% of the league as a corner.
Yeah.
So
true.
To me, I go with Gilmore because I think that he's going to be a guy that's going to take some pressure off of Diggs across from him.
Mm-hmm.
And people will have to stop chasing Diggs as much as they used to. And people forget the Cowboys defense, they had multiple injuries last year. You gotta wonder, when that team had when that team had injuries.
Yeah, so my house phone was ringing. We're one of the 5 people in the state that still have a landline. So
hey, my parents got a landline too, so it's 6.
We talked to 3 people on that thing. The rest is spam calls, but anyway. Go ahead.
Listen, well, you know what it is for us. Really quick, I know I'm completely derailing my Cowboys point, but it's funny with the landline. So the reason why my parents have a landline is because where they live, cell phone signal is so bad that they have to have a landline, and they run the cell phones off of the Wi-Fi in the house. That's the only reason why That's the only reason why I can even text my dad at all, because it's like he's on the Wi-Fi signal bouncing off the house for the cell phone.
Quite honestly, I don't know why we have it. My wife talks to her sisters, maybe some friends. That's about it, though. I don't ever use it, but anyway.
I mean, listen, it's you're keeping somebody employed. Think about it that way.
Yeah,
right?
there you go. Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Talking with Dave Weinberg. Weinberg Wednesday here on the Sports Special instead of Game Night on 97.3 ESPN at Dave Weinberg 19 on Twitter. Extra point columns over at 97.3 ESPN.com. Cowboys point got totally derailed, so we'll just move on.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. It was probably divine intervention telling me to shut up about the Cowboys, honestly, by the phone ringing. Here's a question I have for you. So I was arguing with somebody on Twitter last night, which is always a wonderful place to go for conversation. And sure. I was talking earlier on the show. I want the Eagles to sign a veteran backup quarterback. I don't want the quarterback room to be Hurts, Ian Book, and some random draft pick, because
agreed.
I just think that Jalen is a guy who, I understand he's mature, he's a veteran, but he's still 24, 25 years old. So if you are the Eagles, would you consider Matt Ryan?
I consider him, although I think you probably want somebody that can run the same kind of offense that Jalen runs, and Matt Ryan is not that. Although he does have that, him and Nick Foles both have that sort of, that veteran experience. They could take over in a pinch. But, I mean, if you need somebody for 2, 3, 4 games, I don't know that they're your guy. I know that there's been a lot of talk about like JAKIB Brissett and guys like that maybe are a little more mobile and can maybe be a little more like it would be less of a transition for the offense if Jalen were had to be replaced for a couple games. Matt's from the area, has a house in North Wildwood. I personally would love to see him here, but I don't know if that's a very good fit.
Yeah, I'm conflicted on that point about the quarterback, the backup matching the starter. I'm just conflicted because on one hand, I see what's happened in Baltimore, right? The fact that Lamar goes down, Huntley comes in, and they still almost won a playoff game but the offense was horrible without Lamar. So didn't really matter. On the flip side, I just think Matt Ryan's won an MVP award. He's the poster child for dude who maximized his ability. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just think a guy like that, or even Nick Foles, bring back Nick Foles. I don't care. Guys like that who said, I wasn't the greatest talent ever, but I took every ounce of my ability and I became as good as I can be with that talent. Yep. I just think those kind of guys, you want those guys around young players. I'd rather a young player see Matt Ryan or Nick Foles wandering around the locker room and talk to him than Ian Book wandering around talking about Notre Dame.
Yeah, I agree with you there. You definitely need a veteran there. I would say. I mean, Gardner was he was a decent replacement, but I always got the idea that he kind of he wants to go somewhere where he can have a chance to be a starter, and that wasn't going to be with the Eagles. That's definitely for sure. So, I think you want guys to compete. You want guys competitive, but at the same token, you don't want to rock the boat. And I think Matt and Nick or whoever, Joe Flacco, I don't care. Some of those guys, I think those guys would realize that what they're there for, and I think they'd be pretty good fits. Yeah, I guess in the locker room anyway.
Dave, before I let you go, the NCAA tournament starts tomorrow. How many brackets do you got?
One.
Just one?
I'm just not into it as much as I used to be. I don't know why. I just, I wish I was more. I think I have Gonzaga winning the whole thing.
You think you have Gonzaga? Well, for what it's worth, Gonzaga, I believe, is plus 400 the last time I saw them make the Final Four.
Really?
So,
okay.
If you think they can win it all, that might be a worthwhile, drop for you there.
Yeah, why not? Maybe I'll swing by a sports book and maybe drop a couple of dollars on there. Yeah, what the heck? Who do you have?
I'm the worst when it comes to this stuff. I'm the guy who says I don't even remember who I pick in my championship because I'm only focused on who makes the Final Four. So
okay.
I'm one of those people. So my Final Four as of right now is Gonzaga out of the West, Houston out of the Midwest. I have Alabama out of the South, and out of the East, I'm trying to remember. I think I have Duke coming out of the East. So
okay, yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it's I'm just one of those people who feels like if you're going to be stuck on one team to win it all, you're probably going to lose that bet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. I really enjoy the tournament. I mean, I enjoy that, especially Thursday, Friday with the, you always get like 3-4 upsets and people get behind. I mean, with St. Peter's last year, everybody was all hyped because of them coming from Atlantic City to make the run they did. I don't know if Iona can do that. I doubt it, but it gives you a reason to watch at least. So I'm glad the MAC is back in town for at least 3 more years, I guess it is.
Yep, that's absolutely true.
Gives you a reason to root.
Yeah, it gives you get a little extra investment involved in your watching interests. He is Dave Weinberg at Dave Weinberg 19 on Twitter, and Extra Point Columns over at 97.3 ESPN.com. Dave, enjoy the tournament, and we'll talk next week.
Thanks, Josh. I appreciate you having me as always. Talk to you next week.
And my conversation with Dave Weinberg being brought to you by Jenkins & Sons. One call does it all. No need to call the drain guy, the heater guy, or the plumbing guy. Just call 609-641-6440 for new heating and air installation, service and maintenance, ductless air conditioning systems, water heaters, boilers, gas furnaces, leak repairs, and more. Jenkins has got you covered. 609-641-6440, and online at jenkinsonssons.com.
The excitement of a big play.
Back to the lane. He jams it. He blows by Siakam. A burst that only Maxey has.
And all the drama of sports.
What a layup. What a play. And a brilliant pass. Hard with a two-hand bounce pass.
All in one place. 97.3 ESPN.
It's Scott's Day Lawn Savings Time. Get to the Home Depot and Lowe's for the biggest deal of the year. Offers valid March 9th through 22nd. See store for full details and product selection.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. In Egg Harbor Township, shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh yeah, love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingaroner, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
First impressions are lasting impressions. And these days, that's more important than ever. Before your potential customer ever sets foot inside your business, calls, or places an item in their online shopping cart, they've checked you out online because that's where commerce happens these days, even if there's a brick and mortar end to it. So when they looked you up, what did they see? Is your website compelling? Does it appear first when someone searches for your product? And does your website make the sort of impression that makes a customer want to engage with your business? Town Square South Jersey is ready to help your business grow. We have the online tools you need, from web design to making sure you show up in online searches. Town Square South Jersey even has the metrics to show how and when people are accessing your website, so you can maximize those first impressions. For a free local customer analysis where you can see how many local customers in South Jersey are looking for businesses like yours, go to townsquarelocal.com. Make your website work for you. Get started at townsquarelocal.com.
What do you mean he went searching for fresher powder? We have full classes today.
Instructor down at Vesper Ski School.
Toward each other to snowplow, honey, not away.
She needs more ski instructors to slalom through the day-to-day.
Pizza, fries. Whoa, Braley, no, pizza.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in on all the action throughout the month of March with Madness Zone at the Gallery Bar Booking Games in Ocean Casino Resort. Take in the college basketball tournament with a panoramic view of all the games, a beverage in your hand, a bet placed on your favorite team, and an atmosphere like no other. Watch, bet, eat, and drink all tournament long at the Gallery Bar Booking Games in Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi. Who's this?
Buzz. He appears whenever you eat Honey Nut Cheerios.
Like a genie?
Sure.
Ooh, does he grant wishes? I wish I lived in a giant boot. No, I wish I could swim with a humpback whale. No.
I can grant you a delicious bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios, which can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
Ooh, with heart shapes, too.
Happy heart-shaped Cheerios are back for a limited time. Pick up a box of Honey Nut Cheerios at your local store for an easy, delicious, and heart-healthy start to your day.
3 people you should be 100% certain about. Your barber, your plumber, and your tax pro. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and you can be 100% certain about your taxes. We'll get you your maximum refund guaranteed and we'll back your return for life. Don't be kind of certain or almost certain. Be 100% certain. Switch to Jackson Hewitt today and get 50% off tax prep. Limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country.
When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month. With no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. With the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Offer ends 3/21/23. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
You're invited to enjoy 50% off your purchase during the semi-annual Friends and Family event only at Banana Republic Factory. Shop this week only for limited time prices at your nearest Banana Republic Factory store or online.
With GM financing to qualified buyers excludes Corvette.
It's back! That's right! March Markdown is back at Bennett Chevrolet. And this year, the savings are bigger and better than ever, with huge savings on every vehicle, because we need to move out over 200 of them right now. Believe it or not, Bennett Chevrolet is selling new vehicles at GM supplier employee pricing for everybody. Plus, there's available 0% financing. And Bennett is giving a minimum $10,000 for the worst clunker towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least 10 grand for total junk. Just imagine how much Bennett is paying for good trades. And Bennett's non-commissioned sales team is a delight to work with because they're paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Don't miss March Markdowns going on now at Bennett Chevrolet, and get your new Chevy at GM supplier employee pricing, 0% available financing, and at least 10 grand for any trade towards any pre-owned in stock. Find new roads at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Get ready for the madness. March Madness is coming to 97.3 ESPN.
All right, wrapping up the show. I promised I would get Mike and Marmora's text in here, so I want to get that before I bounce. Mike and Marmora said, Josh, people that are upset with Slay release need to realize the Eagles can't agree on an extension with a 32-year-old quarterback and paying him $20 million for the next 3 to 5 years. It's a smart move, and it's time they rebuild the defense under Sean Desai. That's from Mike and Marmora. Listen, Mike and Marmora, I think it's an extended conversation we could have over a drink, but I think that it's one of those things where, for me at least, I think both sides, as I said earlier in the show today, was both sides are unreasonable. I think Slay was not being realistic with the Eagles. I think the Eagles not being realistic with him. That's just my take on it. Thanks again to everybody who listened to the show. Thanks to all of you for texting in throughout the show. I'm Josh Hennig. I will talk to you again on Monday on the Sports Bash.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice.
And if you stay tuned to the end of the show, thank you for watching on my YouTube channel at Josh Hennig. Like, subscribe, share it with your friends. Follow me on Twitter at Josh Hennig. Just wanted to wrap up on the digital side only with just a couple thoughts. Number one, as I mentioned, I won't be on the air again in an official capacity until Monday. I'll be filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash Monday, Tuesday. Game night will be back next Wednesday. So Monday, Tuesday, we'll be broadcasting the Sports Bash. I'll be filling in 2 to 6. So no game night until next week. That's the first thing I want to mention real quick. Second of all, I mentioned it kind of in passing, the Dave Weinberg, but I want to get hit on it really quick here. My college basketball thoughts. I know a lot of people like to know the different bets that I'm doing, the different picks that I have. Again, as I said earlier, I am very anti going all in on one team. I always tell people that, to me, sports betting is something where you have to avoid being taken advantage of. The sports books and the odds makers, their job is to take your money. So you can't go into this saying, I like for example, I'm just going to pull up a random example. Okay. Right now, if you were to say, I think Gonzaga's going national championship plus 1,400. Well, That's a huge payoff if you throw something on it and you win. The problem is your odds, while they're not literally 1 in 68, they're pretty close. Anytime you're going with something where your odds are, and I'm just using an example, maybe it's not 1 in 68, but maybe it's like a 1 in 24 chance that you win. Whereas if you can alter that spectrum to, instead of 1 in 24 to, let's say, 4 in 32, okay, that's a big difference to me. And I think that 1 in 8 odds is a huge difference between 1 in 24. So to me, that's why I always tell people, don't be scammed by the people who are telling you, oh man, you picked this team to win the championship. No. The way to go is Final Four. Because again, 1, the odds of you winning are better. 2, there's way more analysis behind it, way more strategy behind it. I've always told people what got me into sports was the strategy of it. I love sports because there's so much analysis that could go into the reason why you think a team can win and lose. And for me, I told Dave Weinberg, for my Final Four, I think Houston comes out of the Midwest. And the reason why I pick Houston is because, 1, their road to get there is pretty simple. They only have to avoid 2 teams to get there. Texas A&M would be a tough matchup for them because they're athletes. And the other team is they might face Auburn in the second round. And Auburn's got some phenomenal athletes and a great coach as well. So their road to get to the Final Four in the bracket is pretty simple. In the West, I'm leaning into Gonzaga because you heard me talk with Dan Neuby Alexander earlier in the show. UCLA, they're down. They got an injury, a serious injury that they have to overcome. I don't think TCU is good enough to derail Gonzaga's run. I don't think UConn is good enough or St. Mary's is good enough. Arkansas has the athletes, but I don't know if Arkansas can get past Kansas in the second round if they get that far. Kansas really, to me, the only legitimate threat to Gonzaga. And the problem with Kansas and Gonzaga is that game will literally come down to how you personally feel about their rosters. Because I think Gonzaga's got a better team than Kansas does, but Kansas probably has the better NBA talent. So it's a matchup game. In the East bracket, I don't believe in Purdue. I think Memphis could knock him out. I think Duke can knock Purdue out. I think Kansas State is a tough out as well. The winner of Michigan State and USC is going to give Marquette a tough game. I think that's the problem. You go up and down that bracket, you realize there's multiple teams that could take out Purdue, the 1 seed, Marquette, the 2 seed, and you look at Duke sitting there as the 5 seed. Duke has underrated talent. And to me, when you have an underrated talent and an underrated roster, you can go places. I think Duke or Memphis takes out Purdue. And then it just comes down to, how do you feel about Marquette? If you think Marquette's got the talent, Marquette goes to the Final Four. But if you think Duke is better than Marquette and Purdue, then Duke's in there. It's as simple as that to me. Kansas State is definitely a dark horse if you want to go in that direction. And then finally, in the South bracket, look, Alabama is arguably the best team in this tournament. The only concern for Alabama is they got to get through some tough options. To me, that Arizona Wildcats team is incredibly talented. And if Alabama and Arizona play 10 times on a neutral floor, I wouldn't be surprised if they split the series 5-5. That's how much talent I think is on both those teams. Baylor, I think Baylor's a little overrated. I think Virginia is a little overrated. And I think that the only team that really scares me to beat Alabama is Arizona. That's one team on the whole bracket. So that's why, for me, I like those teams. So, again, for the people who love to know these numbers, Alabama to make the Final Four is currently plus 180. Arizona to make the Final Four is plus 360. Gonzaga to make it is plus 400. Marquette is plus 600. Duke is plus 650. There you go. I gave you a little extra breakdown only on the digital side. So follow me on YouTube at Josh Hennig. Like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and let me know how you feel about the post show on the YouTube channel at Josh Hennig on Twitter. Thank you for watching. Long 4 hours. I got some work to do, and I'm getting out of here. Have a great night, everybody.